Chapter 218. If Divine King Jiang didn't use his battle saint technique, who could compete with him? Yaoguang Saint's son was considered to have surpassed the young Yaoguang Saint Lord. In the current Eastern Barren territory, the Ji family and the Jiang family each had a god body. They were considered to be the strongest warriors in the next 3,000 to 4,000 years. Living in the same era with a god body was a tragedy to other cultivators. Even if you were a genius, you would be overshadowed by a divine king at great accomplishment. However, at this moment, outside of Kunyan City, many people had a strange feeling. Yaoguang Saint's son was an exception. No one in his generation could overshadow his light, not even the divine kings. 5 forefathers were lying under his feet. He had killed 5 great warriors in just a few moves. How elegant was this? It was really shocking. He was like a divine furnace in the heaven domain that could refine everything in this world. His essence chi was like a sea or a tide, surging up and covering half of the sky. Many people couldn't bear it. Their souls were hurt, their minds were hurt, and their souls were hurt. Any random movement from him would cause boundless holy light to soar into the sky. Just a slight lift of his hand would cause a blazing brilliance to engulf all 10 directions. He was like an immortal king looking down on the mortal world. The holy light he released naturally covered the entire sky. Little brother Yi, you're so proud of yourself. Li Heishui and the others saw Yi Fan, but they didn't come to greet him. They just sent him messages. What do I have to be proud of? Yi Fan didn't understand. You fake bull nose, don't try to fool us. I'm a little suspicious now. Are you that wicked Taoist? Why do I feel you're even worse than him? Li Heishui mumbled. I'm passionate and righteous. How can you slander me like this? Tu Fei screamed. Little Yi, you're so wicked. You're so young, but your heart is darker than Li Heishui's. If Yaoshi finds out it's you, I can't imagine her face. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Li Heishui was discontented. How is my heart dark? I'm pure. Don't use this kid to defile me. Then, he rubbed his hands and said, I'm really looking forward to it. Little Yezi, you have to keep up the good work and continue to flirt with the Yaoguang Saintess. I want to see her expression when she finds out everything. Hee, the 2 of you are really worthless. Am I that bad? I just happened to be there, it was completely unintentional. Come on, you did it on purpose. Don't say any more. The more you explain, the more hypocritical you become. It's just that my brothers think highly of you. Jiang Huairan also transmitted his voice. You even dared to hold the hand of a little nun in front of the Prince of Great Xia. You have a bright future and you have courage. There is nothing that you won't dare to do in the future. You are indeed a genius in our profession. Now, you and Yaoguang Saintess have reunited. We have to try our best to make it work. Lu Ko smirked. What do you mean by that? Of course, you and her will hook up with each other. But don't be seduced by her beauty. You have to lurk and strike them at the right time. We will do our best to cooperate with you. I hope that the 2 of you will end up together. Yi Fan didn't avoid them. He boldly stood with the others. Of course, he didn't say anything. He just communicated with them discreetly. They looked like they knew each other, but they didn't give people the feeling that they were best friends. At the same time, Yi Fan warmly greeted the people around as if they were close friends. Don't worry. They won't find us. We've arranged it well. At most, people will think that we know each other, said Wu Zhongtian discreetly. All right, let's go. Tu Fei said goodbye to Li Heishui and the others and then flew away. At this moment, Yaoguang Saint's son strode forward. With each step, a halo appeared. The halos under his feet connected with each other. Behind his head was a dazzling disk that shone everywhere, making him look like a god. Wu Zhongtian didn't leave immediately. He faced Yaoguang Saint's son from a distance. He didn't say anything and just shot up into the sky one last time. Yaoguang Saint's son smiled brightly and nodded. Then, he turned into a jet of sunglow, leaving a beam of gold sunlight in the sky as he dashed towards Kuanyin City. The 9 secret killing holy technique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He didn't linger, flying towards the horizon before the crowd dispersed. The 9 secret techniques were the supreme secret techniques that represented the acme of each domain. As Yi Fan had mastered 2 of them, he had comprehended the endless power Upanishads. He believed that when he swaggered around the world in the future, these 2 secret techniques would be his strong support. Yi Fan was satisfied with this trip to Kuanyin City. He got the chance to enter the Jade Lake. Now, he was rushing towards the Qingxia sect as fast as lightning. The reason why he didn't enter the Jade Lake immediately was that he wanted to be absolutely safe. The sky and earth changing great technique could fool the descendants of the Holy Lands, but it couldn't escape the Saint Mother Yao Qi's immortal eyes. If he found something wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, he didn't have much time to waste. He needed to solve this problem immediately. It was urgent. The Qingxia sect was still the same. The mountains were green and the water was beautiful. The 18 peaks were covered in mist and clouds. The spring water hung high. The scenery was so beautiful. Yi Fan transformed into his real body and returned to the Qingxia sect. Seeing the young demon king come back, the others had complicated feelings. The fire cult, the sunset school, the 7-star pavilion, and the mysterious moon cave didn't attack us? Although they didn't attack us, some mysterious people often show up and covet our Qingxia, answered the elders of the Qingxia sect. Yi Fan sneered and said, "You guys should leave the Qingxia sect. Come back after 20 days. I will solve all the problems then." "We leave the Qingxia sect?" The 3 elders were troubled. "Leave? I'm afraid they have seen the real situation. They can't wait anymore. If we stay here, our sect will be destroyed." Yi Fan turned around and said, "I'm not asking you guys to leave the Qingxia sect. I just want you to be patient and retreat." In fact, he could find Wu Zhongtian, Tu Fei, and the others to destroy the 4 sections. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to attract the attention of outsiders. These few little bandits were influential figures in the northern region. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching them? It would be troublesome if they managed to drag him out by following the clues. After sending everyone away, Yi Fan also left the Qingxia sect and went into seclusion. Half a square meter, 1,600 kilograms, was enough for Yi Fan to break through the first realm of the Dao Palace. He found a secret place hundreds of miles away from the Qingxia sect and created a cave in a stone mountain. For half a month, Yi Fan was in seclusion. The heavenly sun in his body, the heart divine treasure, became more and more fiery. It was like a lotus that hadn't bloomed yet. It gave birth to wisps of essence energy, but it still hadn't transformed into a god. This made him feel strange. He had already refined 1,000 kilograms of essence energy. How could there be no change? But during this process, he felt his body's strength. The heavenly sun in his body rose and fell slowly. The cycle repeated, and the innate essence burned fiercely. The nourishment from the acquired essence flowed into the divine treasure. It became more and more red and sparkling, as if it had become a real heavenly Sunday. Yi Fan's body rumbled. He saw the boundless sea, the rising and setting of the sun. He saw life and vitality. Endless vitality was being nurtured, and endless power of the Tao was flowing. Boom! It was like the sun in the sky. The heart divine treasure rose and settled in the void of the human body world. It was like a blazing sun in the sky. It reached its peak, and an endless aura spread out. Yi Fan knew clearly that he had broken through the first realm of the Tao Palace and crossed this hurdle. But his transformation was different from the others. He didn't transform into a god, and the heavenly sun was still hanging there. The heart divine treasure reached the peak, entering completion. Although no god appeared, Yi Fan wasn't disappointed. In fact, he didn't want another him to appear in his body. That was what he wanted the most. He didn't understand why no god appeared, but he could feel his own strength. He felt like he could shatter mountains and rivers with a stomp of his feet. I need this feeling. I don't need the so-called God. The heart divine treasure should be like this. Transform into the heavenly sun and be used by me. Streak after streak of raging flames rushed out from his body. That was innate essence, wrapped around by the Ho-Tian essence flames, burning fiercely. It was as if Yi Fan had been reborn from the flames. All of his clothes were burned away, his skin sparkling and sparkling, full of mysterious power. Only after a long time did the essence fire disappear and hide in his body. In the world of his body, the fog was hazy. He walked into the next divine treasure, and it was like he was on the path to heaven. After successfully crossing that step, it was like the difference between a mortal and a celestial. The power of the second realm of the Tao Palace was many times stronger than the first realm. There was indeed an insurmountable gap. The heavenly sun shone in the sky, floating above his head and illuminating the path ahead. Soon, Yi Fan felt an incomparably sharp aura. He had found the divine treasure of the lungs, which belonged to the metal element in the 5 elements. The divine treasure of the lungs was connected to the spirit Qi God Tao. It covered the organs and was located at the highest position. It was known as the canopy and the head of the 5 organs. The essence of heaven and earth was the purest, and it breathed in and out the divine source of heaven and earth. It was the most important of the 5 great divine treasures. He felt a flourishing vitality. This divine treasure transported essence, qi, and spirit to be dispersed throughout the entire body, reaching the skin and hair outside to nourish the internal organs, limbs, bones, muscles, skin, and hair. Its effect was so great that it was unimaginable. There were still hundreds of kilograms of source in front of Yi Fan. He sat cross-legged and refined it continuously. The endless source qi was all absorbed into his body and into the canopy divine treasure. All qi belonged to the lungs. Every breath was connected to the heavens. This was the fundamental meaning recorded in various ancient scriptures. After successfully entering this realm, Yi Fan felt all the pores on his body open up. It was as if he was connected to heaven and earth. The speed at which he mobilized the essence of heaven and earth was many times faster. This is indeed a realm, a world. Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. According to this change, his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. The huge amount of essence of heaven and earth he mobilized would make a qualitative leap in his strength. On the 18th day, Yi Fan's essence surged. Dragon Qi coiled around his body and rushed out, just like the imperial dragon Qi of a prince of Great Xia. Bang! Yi Fan's body flickered with brilliance. He broke through the stone wall and rushed out of the cave abode. He took a step and reached the sky. 2 sharp rays shot out from his eyes. His strength had greatly increased. Although the great art of heaven and earth transformation couldn't change the landscape, it could change his body to perfection. I can enter the Jade Lake Holy Land now. Yi Fan put on a Taoist robe and walked in the void. His sleeves fluttered as he used crazy Ol's footwork. In almost a moment, he returned to Qingxia. The Green Mountains were still there. Unfortunately, many buildings had collapsed. All kinds of herbs had been pulled out. Even some stone walls had been dug away because of the mantras carved on them. In addition, Yi Fan also saw a few corpses. They were all disciples of Qingxia. They didn't run away and all died a violent death. The main peak of Qingxia was also cut off and transported away. Yi Fan knew that the main peak of Qingxia was engraved with the insights of the previous headmasters. It was a precious treasure for the 4 sections. How thorough! Yi Fan buried the corpses of the disciples of Qingxia. He then turned around and stood in front of the waterfall, letting the mist fill the air. Who are you, Taoist? How dare you come here to investigate? Li Yuran, the successor of the mysterious moon cave, waved his folding fan and walked out. On the other side, Du Qingkuan, the eldest disciple of the mythical fire cult, also walked out. In addition, people from the 7 Stars Pavilion and the Sunset Sect also walked out. Yi Fan had already sensed them, but he didn't point them out. The successors of the four sects had all been slapped by him. Mythical Fire Cult, Sunset Sect, Seven Stars Pavilion, Mysterious Moon Cave. It's not easy to say that I'll let you go. He shook his head. Shameless boasting. Li Yuran sneered. Du Qingquan was also quite conceited. He said, you are also a Daoist. You must be jackals of the same lair as that fat Daoist. Don't leave today. They were full of confidence because they had already figured out the situation. Moreover, the supreme headmaster of the mysterious moon cave was sitting on the peak behind them. In addition, under another green mountain, the powerhouse of the mythical fire cult who had lived in seclusion for many years stood under a large waterfall. He let the water flow down and split in front of him, not a single drop touching him. Are you waiting here to kill me? Yi Fan glanced at the people present and revealed a cold smile. He said, it seems that I really have fate with great Emperor Wushi. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found his residence. What are you talking about? Who is great Emperor Wushi? The old man under the waterfall suddenly opened his eyes. You're born and raised in the northern region. Have you never heard of the legend of great Emperor Wushi? Yi Fan asked. He really wanted to understand some information from these people, even though he didn't have much hope. Are you stalling for time? Du Qingquan said sarcastically. He said, how can there be such a person in the northern region who dares to call himself a great emperor? How arrogant. Don't make up stories. I'm talking to your lord. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Fan glanced at him. You're just a young Taoist priest. How dare you talk to me like this? As the eldest disciple of the mythical fire sect, Du Qingquan was proud and arrogant. He was angry that he was looked down upon by a young Taoist priest in his teens. You're about to die, but you're still pretending to be crazy. Li Yuro waved his folding fan and walked forward. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and sent the two of them flying. He didn't even look at them. He looked directly at the old man under the waterfall and the supreme leader of the mysterious moon cave who was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. In the northern region, there was a great emperor in the Jiang family and an empress in the Jade Pool. But that was long before the Antiquity Age. It's been at least hundreds of thousands of years, or even 200,000 years. The old man from the mythical fire sect frowned. Great Emperor Wushi. Is there such a person? The supreme leader of the mysterious moon cave still had his eyes closed. He was sitting on a green stone at the peak of the mountain. Yi Fan smiled calmly and said, since you don't know, then forget it. I'll go and see for myself. Chapter 219. In the reddish-brown land of the northern region, the Jiang family had a great emperor, and the Jade Pool had an empress. It was because of such existences that they created the world-shaking ancient scripture and left behind ultimate weapons that they could transcend the mortal world and still prosper for hundreds of thousands of years. From the carvings in the Purple Mountain, it could be seen that the ancients admired Emperor Wushi to the extreme. Unfortunately, because he didn't leave behind any legacy, this supreme emperor that shook the primordial era was gradually buried in the dust of history, and there weren't many people who knew of this name anymore. In the ancient times, there was Gu Tianshu, and in the last 4,000 or 5,000 years, there was Jiang Taishu. Both of them yearned for the Wushi scripture and regretted not being able to see it. What Yi Fan lacked the most was a cultivation method, and he yearned for the Wushi scripture very much. He wished he could enter the Purple Mountain protected by the 9 dragon veins and open the thick stone scripture. Patriarch, you must not let this Taoist escape. I believe he must be from the same sect as that fat Taoist. Du Qingquan's eyes were spitting fire as he struggled to get up from the ground. Sovereign sect master, you must kill this bastard. Li Yuran was furious. He ordered the surrounding disciples, seal the mountain and seal the green light sect. Don't let him escape. Yi Fan glanced at them and shook his head, let me do it. He tossed out all 108 flags, shooting towards the 18 peaks of green dawn, completely trapping this place. You, actually sealed us here? Du Qingquan and Li Yuran were deeply surprised by Yi Fan's actions, and then they sneered. Does he really think he's a grand master? He wants to defeat the sovereign sect master at this age. Ha ha ha. The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern, with his white hair fluttering in the wind, sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were as bright as two pearls, and said, "Are you very confident that you want to kill all of us here?" "I think it should be possible." Yi Fan smiled. "I can see that you're a young man. The younger generation will surpass us in time." The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cave stood up and said, "I just don't know if you really have the strength. You'll know after you try. Even if you are a descendant of a sacred land, you still don't dare to walk the mortal world at your age. You are quite conceited." The Grand Elder of the Leaf Fire sect walked out of the waterfall. "Today, it's useless to say anything else. You're waiting here to kill me." Yi Fan unfolded his Taoist robe and also walked forward. "I came back to kill you all. It can be said that only one of us can survive." The surrounding disciples saw what happened and started discussing. Many of them found it hard to believe that a young man could defeat two elders from the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. Is he crazy? Although he can send senior brotherly flying, how can he compare to the Supreme Sect Master? Don't you know that there are some people in this world who are extremely conceited? They always want to measure how high the sky is and how thick it is, and in the end, they will send themselves to their graves, ha ha ha, in such a desolate area, for such a low-level sect, no matter how talented they were, it was impossible for them to cultivate to such a frightening level. Because they had all heard that even the outstanding disciples of a sacred land would find it difficult to do so at this age. Don't tell me he really has a sect, and he's already here. Otherwise, isn't he just courting death? Some people are willing to die. What are you worried about? If I were the Supreme Sect Master, I would directly break all the bones in his body with a slap. However, I'll let him live for a few more hours. I won't kill him immediately and let him taste the bitter consequences of his arrogance." Yi Fan looked back at them. Although his gaze was calm, these people could not help but shut their mouths. "Let me see what you have up your sleeve." In front of the waterfall, the Grand Elder of the Leaf Fire sect floated over like a ghost. His feet did not touch the ground, and his body did not shake. He floated over like a ghost when he was still 10 feet away. His arms shook violently, and his right hand formed the shape of a claw. Every finger was several meters long, and they were all black and blue. Purple lightning coiled around them, crackling. A heart-palpitating aura instantly suffused the sky. It was a destructive force that was violent and terrifying. The huge black claw was still expanding. In almost an instant, it covered an area of over 100 meters. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like a dark cloud that completely enveloped Yi Fan. Kacha! Blood-colored lightning crisscrossed and descended from the huge claw. This was the combination of a secret technique and divine power. It was swift and domineering. The huge claw swept through the sky and covered the heavens and the earth. Such a powerful attack made one feel suffocated. Yi Fan faced it calmly. His response was simple and direct. He waved his right fist to meet the attack. The golden fist did not seem to be made of flesh and blood. It radiated light as if it had just been tempered in a divine furnace. Everyone present was filled with confidence in the Grand Elder of the Leaf Fire sect. After all, he was a senior expert at the 3rd level of the Tao Palace. It could not be said that it would be easy for him to deal with a young expert. Boom! However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The golden fist flew up and instantly shattered the huge claw of light. Its power did not diminish, and lightning flashed. Bang! Yi Fan's golden fist had unparalleled destructive power. It was indestructible and destroyed the palm and fingers of the Grand Elder of the Leaf Fire sect in an instant. Blood splattered and light flashed. The Grand Elder of the Leaf Fire sect felt as if he had been kissed by a snake. Half of his body trembled and he was sent flying. It was hard to imagine how much power Yi Fan's golden fist had. What he had actually touched was the claw of light. The golden astral wind had merely brushed past the flesh of the Grand Elder, but it was already too much for him to bear. His entire right arm was completely deformed and twisted. How is this possible? How old is he? How can his physical body be so strong? He actually sent a senior expert at the 3rd level of the Tao Palace flying. Isn't this too unbelievable? His physical body is comparable to a precious treasure. Pure physical strength crushed the Grand Elder's arm. This, the disciples all sucked in a cold breath. They had never expected such an outcome. Thinking of what they had said not long ago, they felt a chill in their hearts. This little Taoist was simply a monster. He was probably even more terrifying than the successors of holy lands of the same age. No one could laugh against such an opponent. At that moment, everyone looked at Yi Fan. They were shocked to find that he was standing with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering. That attack just now had been very casual. You. The Grand Elder of the Leaf Fire sect was shocked and could not be described with words. His head of gray hair danced in the wind as he quickly reconnected his broken arm. With a loud shout, his palm and fingers moved slowly, as if he was lifting a mountain. A terrifying aura shook out, like a raging wave hitting the sky. Boom! In his arms, a mountain actually appeared. Standing with the mountain in his arms, it filled his chest and emitted an indescribable pressure. It was an unparalleled pressure. Mountain-embracing seal. The disciples of the Leaf Fire sect exclaimed. This was the ultimate skill of the Leaf Fire sect, the highest secret of the sect. Several generations of sect leaders had not been able to cultivate it, and they did not expect the strongest Grand Elder of the sect to succeed. Such a real mountain, although not big and could even be said to be very small, the terrifying pressure shook people's hearts. Wisps of mist flowed out. This mountain was held in the arms of the Grand Elder of the mythical Fire sect. It was extremely heavy, and the void beneath his feet collapsed under his weight. Suppress. The Grand Elder of the Leaf Fire sect only shouted a single word. The mountain-embracing seal pressed down, unstoppable. A huge mountain stood high in the sky. The power it exuded could tear one's soul apart. Many people felt a terrifying sense of suffocation, unable to breathe. The surrounding young disciples immediately went limp on the ground. This great pressure was like a demonic mountain pressing down on them. They could not bear it at all. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. The old cultivator at the 3rd level of the Doctrine Palace was indeed terrifying. Each level was like heaven and earth. Being one level higher was equivalent to ascending to another level of heaven. This was like the gap between immortals and mortals. It was a gap that could not be crossed. If it were any other cultivator, they would not be able to resist and would certainly be crushed to death on the spot. However, Yi Fan's body was special. His body was like a bottomless pit. In the process of cultivation, the amount of spiritual qi he needed was much higher than that of ordinary people. This also gave him the foundation to fight immortals as a mortal. He could cross the chasm of heaven and earth and kill strong cultivators of a higher level. Mountain-embracing seal, you can't kill me. Although Yi Fan shouted in a low voice, he did not dare to underestimate it. His expression was solemn. His hands moved slowly, and a terrifying aura also burst forth. Above his head, a huge mountain appeared in the sky. It was like it had crossed through the ancient world, breaking through time and space. It was endlessly majestic and imposing, causing one's heart, soul, and spirit to tremble uncontrollably. Although it was blurry at first, it quickly became clear. It was like a dragon rising from the sea, like a pillar rising from the earth. The huge mountain was like the sky. The majestic ancient mountain stood above Yi Fan. It was as if he was carrying the blue sky on his back. At this moment, with Yi Fan as the center, powerful energy waves roared like a roaring river. They rushed out and wreaked havoc in all directions. Above his head, the huge mountain reached the sky. Silver waterfalls poured down, long rivers surged, ancient trees towered into the sky, and birds and beasts flew away. Everything was clearly visible. Mountain River Great Seal. Yi Fan shouted. His hands held up to the sky. The huge mountain flew across the sky. Like the sea emerging from the abyss, it split the sky. This was one of the 9 secrets, an unparalleled secret art of killing. It moved in all directions, and everyone's heart trembled with fear. The huge mountain pressed down, suppressing the huge mountain in front. The mountain river great seal against the mountain embracing seal. The mountains collided. It was as if the sea was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was turning upside down. The terrifying aura shook in all directions. There were violent waves everywhere. There were beams of light everywhere. There was destructive power everywhere. There was no longer a peaceful place under the sky. Hum. There was a boundless explosion. The world was overturned. After the 2 mountains collided, a violent and tyrannical aura swept through the world, rushing in all directions. The mountain river embracing seal was completely defeated. The mountain river great seal condensed and didn't dissipate. It split the sky and shook the earth. The chest of the leaf fire cult supreme elder caved in. His body shriveled like a broken drum. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The bones all over his body made cracking sounds. It was obvious that they were broken in many places. Many places were completely deformed. Yi Fan stood with his head held high. He wasn't injured at all. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. He strode in the air, agile and elegant. Each step covered 100 meters. It was as if he had shrunk the earth to inches. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Supreme Elder. The mountain river great seal trembled. Its pressure was as heavy as the sky as it hung above his head. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. The mountain river great seal pressed down, causing one's mind and soul to tremble. Although the body of the leaf fire cult Supreme Elder was broken, he was indeed a very powerful cultivator. He opened his mouth and spat out a shining copper cauldron. The copper cauldron was only an inch tall. It was extremely sparkling and bright. It spread out in the wind and rapidly enlarged. In an instant, it stood horizontally in front of him, blocking the mountain river great seal. Dang! The mountain river great seal pressed down and collided with the copper cauldron. There was a loud sound like the vibration of a great bell. Yi Fan was shocked. This copper cauldron wasn't damaged. It was still enlarging and towering between the heaven and earth. It had the aura of eternal immortality. Kill! He lightly shouted and continued to activate the mountain river great seal. He didn't believe that this copper cauldron could block the battle saint technique. Dang! The long vibrating sound resounded through the heaven and earth. The copper cauldron shook again. At the same time, it enlarged a lot. It was already standing in the air like a mountain peak. At the same time, the shriveled body of the leaf fire cult Supreme Elder crackled. All the bones in his body were reconnecting and his muscles bulged. Although his vitality was greatly injured and his essence blood was damaged, he had the ability to fight again in a short period of time. He activated his potential and Tao energy. Boom! The flames in the copper cauldron soared into the sky. The leaf fire cult Supreme Elder took this chance to escape. He stood in the air and looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Such a great defeat caused his heart to turn cold. At this moment, everyone felt a wave of fear. Such a young Taoist had such terrifying battle prowess. The mountain river great seal had completely defeated the leaf fire cult Supreme Elder. It was truly frightening. The disciples who were paralyzed on the ground just now finally woke up and quickly retreated. When they looked at Yi Fan again, they all felt their scalps go numb. This young Taoist with a gentle smile made them feel endless fear. They couldn't help but feel a lingering fear when they thought of what they had said. The mysterious Moon Cave's elite disciple Li Yu Ran and the Leaf Fire cult sect leader's eldest disciple Du Qingquan all had ashen faces. This young Taoist was much younger than them, but he was so powerful that the older generation had almost died. The outstanding disciples of the holy grounds are only a so-so. The Leaf Fire cult's Supreme Elder sighed. They. Yi Fan smiled and slowly walked forward. On the mountain peak, the mysterious moon cave's supreme elder descended and said, "It's even more shocking that you aren't a disciple of the holy grounds. In the future, you will definitely become a great enemy of the great sage's holy sons and holy daughters." Yi Fan had to face these two opponents. The third stage of the Tao Palace was a world above him. They were indeed formidable opponents. If he is allowed to grow, we will be in great trouble. We can only join forces now. The Leaf Fire cult's supreme elder had a solemn expression. "All right, I'm going to annihilate a genius today." The sovereign sect's master of Dark Moon Cave nodded. "I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill me. Let me send you on your way." Yi Fan's expression was calm, but a formless killing intent filled the surroundings. At this moment, he seemed to be one with the heavens. The aura of the Tao flowed with every move he made, and his body vibrated with terrifying Tao energy. Along with his divine treasure of lungs, he drew upon the power of the world. It really seemed like a blue sky was pressing down. He carried the blue sky on his back, and the mountain river seal was suspended above his head. Birds and beasts flew around, and a silver waterfall poured down. The mountains and rivers were vast, simple, yet grand, and majestic. Chapter 220. The young Taoist in his teens stood there quietly with clear eyes and his clothes fluttering in the wind. He had a delicate appearance, but at this moment, the mountain and river seal floated above his head, giving off an otherworldly aura that made the surroundings go silent. This was a strange scene. The Supreme Elder and mysterious Moon Cave's Supreme Sect Master were filled with surging killing intent. Their bodies were like furnaces as they faced this young man as if they were facing a great enemy. "Tut!" The Supreme Elder shouted and was the first to attack. He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling beam of light that froze in midair. The bronze furnace appeared once more. It shone brightly and quickly grew from an inch tall. In the blink of an eye, it stood towering in the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. Rumble. The furnace shook and a tsunami-like sound suddenly rang out. It was so loud that it caused everyone's ears to ring. The lid of the furnace flickered with brilliance. Although it was made of copper, it was almost transparent like a five-colored glass. The raging flames inside could be seen clearly. Crack. The lid of the furnace moved. The five-colored glass flickered and the lid slid open. Instantly, flames shot into the sky. A blazing inferno swept high into the sky. It was an extremely terrifying temperature. The copper furnace towered in midair. On a green peak right next to it, a waterfall that was falling down was instantly evaporated. A hazy mist swept in all directions. The bone-chilling heat made everyone sweat like rain. Their flesh and blood were about to dry up, and many people's hair started to burn. In the distance, the disciples were astounded. They could feel such a terrifying feeling even outside the battlefield. If they were closer, they would probably be turned into ashes immediately. The sect guarding bronze furnace really is terrifying. Many of the Leaf Fire sect disciples felt fear, but at the same time, confidence also grew in their hearts. The Grand Elder had even brought out the sect's ultimate killing weapon. If he still couldn't burn this youth to death, then he would really be a monster. The Supreme Sect Master of the mysterious Moon Cave's white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes flickered as he said, "The sect guarding bronze furnace of the Leaf Fire sect is truly awe-inspiring." As the Supreme Sect Master of a sect, he sighed with emotion. One could imagine how terrifying this furnace was. It was definitely a terrifying weapon. The bronze cauldron was like a great mountain. It descended towards Yi Fan. The entire sky was covered in red radiance. This was an enormous pressure that caused one's heart to tremble with fear. It could burn one's soul and bones, refine one's flesh, and burn everything in all directions. Yi Fan's Taoist robes fluttered in the wind as he stepped into the sky. The great mountain and river seal above his head transformed into a brilliant light. The mountains and rivers were vast and boundless, exuding a vigorous atmosphere as it imprinted towards the copper cauldron. Clang! The great imprint was like the heavens as it smashed into the copper furnace. It was as if a dragon was splitting the heavens, and the sound was distant. Many people's ears immediately bled, as if they had been cut by a sharp sword. Quite a few people cried out miserably, covering their ears in pain. They were sent flying by the formless sound wave, leaving everyone horrified. The mythical fire cult's cult guarding copper cauldron had a monstrous might of fire, and the sound it produced could injure others. It possessed incomparable destructive power. No one knew better than Yi Fan how terrifying the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers was. At this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked that it had not cracked the copper furnace. One could imagine how extraordinary the furnace was. Boom! The flames were like a waterfall, pouring down from the copper furnace towards Yi Fan. The scarlet-red splendor filled the sky, and everything was red. In the distant sky, those disciples cried out because of Yi Fan. Some people's clothes burned on their own, turning into ashes. Endlessly fire roiled and boiled. There was nothing else in the world except red light. Yi Fan used the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers to press down on the huge furnace, wanting to forcibly lock it in place. Clang! He did not retreat, but instead advanced. He rushed over, his golden palms swinging like a millstone, continuously striking the huge copper cauldron. An ear-piercing sound resounded through the world. The millstone-sized golden palm was like a windmill, striking the copper cauldron until flames overflowed in all directions. Golden lights soared into the sky. This kind of terrifying power made the spectators' hearts jump. Clang, 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 Yi Fan was like the wind, like lightning, circling around the 100-meter-tall cauldron. It was unknown how many times he had struck out, but the sparkling walls of the cauldron incessantly resounded. His physical body was extremely powerful, and no one could say how much power he had when using the battle saint technique. But he still could not break the cauldron. Clang, clang. The golden palm struck the cauldron so hard that it shook the sky. Deep palm prints were imprinted on the surface, and even the patterns were incomparably clear. But after a short period of time, they naturally disappeared. Boom! The flames were torrential. The scarlet flames in the copper cauldron surged like water, drowning towards Yi Fan. It was as if it could burn everything in the world. At this moment, even the spectators in the distant sky felt their flesh lacerated. The leaf fire was turbulent, falling from the mouth of the cauldron with no way to stop it. Bzzz. Yi Fan's palm and fingers shook. The golden light became even more intense, almost translucent. This was the Great Seal of 9 Secrets, and when it was swung, it possessed an unfathomable power. Clang! The millstone-sized golden palm slammed into the sky, scattering the falling leaf fire. The great golden seal heavily slammed into the wall of the cauldron. This kind of drawn-out vibrating sound resounded through the azure clouds. The sound traveled for dozens of miles, almost splitting the eardrums of those who heard it. A palm print that was half a meter deep was deeply imprinted on the copper furnace, but it did not break or disappear, and quickly recovered. Yi Fan frowned. The Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers and the Great Golden Seal of 9 Secrets were both offensive techniques he had used, but they were unable to break this cauldron. This made him apprehensive. He used Crazy Ole's footwork and was about to soar into the sky towards the honorable elder of the Leaf Fire cult. Since he could not break this cauldron, he wanted to kill the controller. The honorable elder of the Leaf Fire cult had previously fought with his physical body and suffered a great loss. He was already wary and had been on guard, afraid that Yi Fan would come to him. Birth of the Fire Phoenix. The honorable elder of the Leaf Fire cult shouted. A fire phoenix suddenly rushed out of the huge cauldron in the sky. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Flames and lava surged, like a long river, rushing into the sky. The cry of the phoenix shook the sky, clear and distant. The fire phoenix was in the sky, and beside it, there were 81 streams of lava, like waterfalls flowing in reverse. The sky was filled with crimson light, and the void seemed to be distorted by the heat. The green mountain next to it withered in an instant, and all the plants on the peak of the mountain were turned into ashes. The rocks on the mountain peak melted, turning into a layer of red liquid that slowly flowed down. The waterfall dried up, but the rivers of fire continued to flow down. This scene made people's hearts palpitate. The blazing temperature made everyone feel fear. The fire phoenix seemed to have a mind of its own. It swooped down, pouncing towards Yifan. The 81 rivers of fire surged over at the same time. Boom! The mountain peak to the side was touched and instantly melted. The 10-meter-tall mountain peak instantly disappeared, turning into lava and then into gas, rising into the sky. Such a terrifying temperature caused even Yifan's expression to change. This cauldron made him feel an extraordinary energy. Rise! The mountain and river seal was raised by Yifan with a single hand and struck towards the fire phoenix. Boom! The flames soared into the sky. The fire phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry. It flew backwards, its divine wings disheveled. Flames rushed in all directions. Beside them, the mountain that had lost its peak was turned into ashes again. Seal! At this moment, the honorable sect master of the mystic moon cavern, who hadn't made a move yet, made his move. He grasped the opportunity and ruthlessly and accurately pushed Yifan into a dead end. When the mountain and river seal once again struck towards the fire phoenix, he shook his hand and a scroll appeared. In an instant, it covered the sky and covered the earth. Leaf fire soared into the sky. Yifan used the mountain and river seal to kill the fire phoenix, but the scroll immediately enveloped him like a world covering the sky. The scroll formed a pure land of its own. It had a terrifying devouring power that wanted to suck him in. Yifan was fearless. His golden palm shook towards the sky, wanting to tear this demonic painting apart. However, at this moment, the lid of the cauldron flew up completely. All the flames were restrained, like a black hole that could swallow the world. Bang! Yifan attacked the demonic painting but didn't fall into it. He didn't want the real devouring power to come from behind and be sucked in by the bronze cauldron that towered in the sky. Multicolored light flowed, and the glass-like lid flew back with a clang. It sealed the cauldron and suppressed Yifan inside. In the distance, all the disciples cheered loudly. Everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The main thing was that Yifan was too strong. He was a young Taoist, but he was as terrifying as a demon. Everyone present felt a deep sense of dread. We've finally sucked him in. We must kill him and refine him in the cauldron forever. As expected of the sect guarding Copper Cauldron. I think we can quickly burn him to ashes and make him unable to reincarnate. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yifan's great mountain seal, as well as its terrifying offensive power, still made them feel some lingering fear. The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern put away the huge scroll that covered the sky and sighed. This leaf fire divine cauldron is indeed terrifying. No matter how powerful you are, you can't resist it. This is the treasure of our sect. It's a great killing weapon left behind by our predecessors. The supreme elder of the leaf fire sect answered with a smile. He was finally at ease after suppressing the powerful young Taoist priest. Could this be a replica of the legendary divine sun cauldron? The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern asked. The supreme elder of the leaf fire sect shook his head and said, "An extreme weapon. How can an ordinary person make a replica? I think it's just a failed product. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen into the hands of a small sect like ours." Quang dang, 5-colored light shot out from the lid of the cauldron and shook back and forth. The entire cauldron was shaking violently. Oh no, he's going to charge out. The supreme elder of the leaf fire sect was shocked. How can this be possible? Isn't the ultimate killing weapon of the leaf fire sect capable of melting everything? I've never heard of someone being able to escape after being sucked into it. The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern revealed a shocked expression. The sound shook the sky. All the disciples were shocked and revealed terrified expressions. Clang! The lid of the cauldron flew half a foot into the air and was almost blasted away. Seal! The supreme elder of the leaf fire sect shouted. Leaf fire surged and sealed the cauldron. At the same time, the supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern made a move. He took out the demonic painting with the intention of trapping the cauldron. Bang! Flames surged into the sky while the lid of the cauldron shot into the sky and was blasted away. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had shot into the sky. The Supreme Elder of the Leaf Fire Sect and the Supreme Sect Master of the Mysterious Moon Cavern hadn't attacked too late, but they were still unable to stop Yi Fan from escaping. One of the 9 secrets, the Battle Saint technique, was ever-changing. Yi Fan had forcefully executed a few dozen offensive techniques. The formidable might of his attacks was unparalleled. The lid of the cauldron loosened and was blasted away. It was utterly impossible to seal it. Chapter 221. Withdraw. The mythical fire sect's Supreme Elder shouted. His long hair was disheveled and his silver strands danced in the wind. He did his best to control the mythical fire divine furnace, wanting to suck Yi Fan inside again. The bronze furnace shook. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent. Flames rushed into the sky and rose rapidly. The mouth of the furnace was like a black hole, crazily devouring everything around it. Boom! The green mountain beside him trembled and its peak collapsed. The 20-meter-tall mountain peak broke off and was sucked into the mythical fire divine furnace like dust. Kacha! The green mountain was still collapsing. Even larger rocks and mountains fell off and rushed into the terrifying furnace. This was a terrifying scene. The mythical fire divine furnace's power was beyond imagination. It had the power to uproot mountains and evaporate seas, as well as the power to devour the heavens. Although Yi Fan managed to force his way out, he was pulled down by the furnace below and was about to enter the blazing furnace. At the same time, the 5-colored furnace flew back and directly smashed towards Yi Fan, wanting to press him into the furnace and seal him inside. Dang! Yi Fan's eyes were sharp. A large golden finger pressed down, striking the 5-colored furnace lid and sending it flying. Withdraw. The mythical fire sect's Supreme Elder was extremely anxious. He continuously spat out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood onto the furnace. He focused his mind on it and used all his strength to activate this great killing weapon. Rumble. Mountain rocks tumbled and large trees were uprooted, flying towards the huge black hole in the sky. Everything was swallowed up. At the side, the broken mountain collapsed once again, reaching a height of more than 20 meters. It was sucked in by the powerful divine furnace and turned into ashes. The mythical fire divine furnace could refine all things. The mouth of the furnace was pitch black as if it was connected to the abyss of hell. Dang! Yi Fan was forcefully pulled down, but he didn't fall into the furnace. His feet stomped heavily on the mouth of the furnace as if a 10,000 catty hammer had smashed onto it. The sound of metal pierced through metal and cracked stone. The green mist 18 peaks were all shaking. Many people screamed and covered their ears as they fell from the sky. Blood flowed out from the gaps between their fingers. Yi Fan's feet were deeply imprinted on the mouth of the furnace, as if he had the power to trample the heavens. The entire furnace was shaking violently. Not far away, the Grand Elder of the distant fire sect was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and fine cracks had appeared on his body. The Sovereign Sect's Master of Dark Moon Cave was anxious. The devilish painting he'd summoned couldn't harm Yi Fan if it was too far away, but it would be in danger of being devoured by the copper furnace if it was too close. Yi Fan stepped on the mouth of the cauldron. Facing this huge cauldron that was comparable to a mountain, he firmly stabilized himself. His body seemed to be rooted in the cauldron, and even the powerful devouring power couldn't shake him. Clang! His hands were like windmills, continuously slapping down, hitting the furnace, causing a series of loud rumbling sounds. The Leaf Fire Cult's Supreme Elder's body trembled. He needed to provide a tremendous amount of divine force to activate this killing weapon. He seemed to have become one with the copper furnace. Even though the copper furnace was large, it continuously shook, as if it would be overturned at any time. Rumbling sounds rang out as flames rushed into the heavens. Yi Fan's golden palm and fingers were even more terrifying than other people's magic treasures. When he hit the copper cauldron, the sound was so loud that it shook the sky, leaving clear finger marks on it. PFFF. The Leaf Fire Cult's Supreme Elder finally couldn't hold on any longer. His Tao energy was almost exhausted, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was on the verge of collapsing, and he was about to fall from the sky. Yi Fan's divine force was indomitable, and he would never tire. He was the best cultivator at the same level, and not only did his offensive power not decrease, it even grew stronger. Clang! In the end, he slapped the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace away. Even though he still couldn't shatter it, he managed to send this 100-meter-tall furnace far away. With unparalleled combat strength, an imposing aura, and an invincible killing technique, Yi Fan's divine might was awe-inspiring as he forcefully sent the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace flying. At this moment, he suddenly turned around. Even though he was still young, he revealed his sharpness. He stepped through the air and charged at the Leaf Fire Cult's Supreme Elder. In the distance, all the young disciples were terrified, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Tut! The Supreme Elder of the Mystic Moon Cavern shouted and finally attacked again. The demonic painting in his hand unfolded and covered the sky in an instant. It was like a great river that cut off the path ahead. Yi Fan shouted. His hands changed and formed seals continuously. His speed was extremely fast, and illusions were everywhere. It was hazy, like a thousand-hand guanyin, or a multi-armed demon. The cry of a phoenix shook the sky. A fire phoenix soared into the sky, burning the heavens. It flapped its wings and let out a long cry. Its divine feathers flickered, and an earth-shattering phoenix might swept across the sky. The fire phoenix soared through the sky like a magnificent army galloping, and also like ancient chariots rolling across the sky. It rumbled and shook the sky. This is... The Supreme Elder of the Mystic Moon Cavern was shocked. This fire phoenix was even stronger than the one that rushed out of the bronze furnace. How did he strike out a fire phoenix? The disciples of the Leaf Fire Cult were incomparably shocked. The 9 Secrets was a supreme killing art. Once it was comprehended, it would have endless transformations and endless killing moves. Every time it was comprehended, there would be a different killing art. Just now, Yi Fan was sealed in the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace. Facing the monstrous flames, he felt something and formed the Fire Phoenix seal. Boom! The Fire Phoenix in the sky brought with it an earth-shattering fire as it pounced towards the huge demonic painting. The two collided fiercely, and flames were everywhere. The Fire Phoenix against the demonic painting. A terrifying aura filled the air and flickered incessantly. Yi Fan soared through the sky and appeared in front of the Supreme Elder of the Leaf Fire Cult. At this point, no one could save him. Yi Fan's killing intent surged, and his battle prowess surged as he slashed forward with his palm. Pow! More than 10 weapons were smashed into smithereens by the Battle Saint technique. The golden palm slapped the body of the Supreme Elder of the Leaf Fire Cult, and his body was immediately smashed into pieces. Even if that head was not swept by the golden palm, it was directly smashed, and white brain matter splattered out like tofu. Pfft! Yi Fan flipped his hand and swept out. The golden palm of the millstone turned everything in the sky into dust. In the end, nothing was left. Demon King, this Taoist is a Demon King. In the distant sky, the faces of the Leaf Fire Cult disciples were pale. This result was difficult for them to accept. The number 1 expert of the cult with the Sex Divine Furnace had been smashed into ashes. How could they resist? They wanted to escape, but they found that the green mist had been sealed, and there was no way out. All of their faces were ashen. The Supreme Sect Master of the Mystic Moon Cavern felt a chill in his heart. Even the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace could not suppress this little Taoist. He knew that everything pointed to disaster today. The demonic painting rustled, and it was as if a world was rising and falling. It covered the sky and pressed down on Yi Fan. Thousands of purple lights and tens of thousands of wisps of mist appeared. A huge whirlpool appeared, wanting to suck Yi Fan into the painting. Unfortunately, although the painting was extraordinary, it could not compare to the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace. It could not suck Yi Fan in at all. Bang! Yi Fan spread his arms and struck towards the sky. His offensive technique changed endlessly, and it lasted for an entire quarter of an hour, causing the sky to tremble. Crack. In the end, Yi Fan tore open the sky with his bare hands and tore apart the huge demonic painting that covered the sky. The supreme sect master of the mystic moon cavern shouted, but he was unable to change anything. Yi Fan arrived in the blink of an eye, and his huge golden hand covered the sky and pressed down on the supreme sect master. He sealed off the sky and raised his cultivation to the limit, displaying his most powerful battle prowess. Killing techniques emerged endlessly. Without any suspense, the golden fist pierced through and smashed the supreme sect master of the mystic moon cavern into pieces, and he died with everlasting regret. The wind from the golden fist shook, and the supreme sect master of the mystic moon cavern was reduced to ashes. He was erased from this world forever. During this entire process, the former sect master of the mystic moon cavern had withdrawn countless weapons, and even the gods within his body had charged out, but they were unable to stop all of this. There was a difference of a realm and a layer of heaven between them, but Yi Fan had succeeded in killing an immortal and surmounting a realm. Yi Fan stood silently in the sky with his black hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were clear, and his robe was clean. He had killed 2 experts without a single drop of blood on him. Let me go. The eldest disciple of the Leaf Fire sect, Du Qingquan, spoke with a trembling voice. Yi Fan turned around and tapped lightly with his finger. Pooh! A bloody hole appeared on Du Qingquan's forehead, and he died on the spot. You! The disciple of the mystic moon cavern, Li Yu-ro, revealed fear and retreated swiftly. Pooh! Yi Fan tapped again with his finger, and a bloody flower bloomed from the center of Li Yu-ro's forehead as well, and he fell to the ground. Don't kill us. The others trembled. Yi Fan didn't speak, and he just swept his divine perception towards the surroundings. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but in this blood-soaked northern region, some people had to be killed. The Leaf Fire sect and the Mystic Moon Cavern were the same as the Qingxia sect. They were sects in name, but they secretly committed great evil and plundered everywhere. In their eyes, human life was as cheap as grass, and their hands were stained with blood. Yi Fan used his divine perception to explore their sea of knowledge. He flicked his 10 fingers, and beams of light shot out, and strings of blood splashed. The grass and trees were stained with blood, and he floated past, leaving behind corpses. When Yi Fan stopped, the Qingxia sect was already lifeless. More than 70 people had died a violent death, and all of them were mercilessly beheaded by him. He sighed, stepped on the bluestone ancient steps, and walked away step by step. Killing was not a pleasant thing. No one was willing to stain their hands with blood, and no one was born heartless, but he had to make a move. Some people had to be killed. In the face of those who deserved to be killed, if one was soft-hearted, it would be equivalent to condoning evil. Yi Fan felt that he wasn't a bad person, and of course, he wasn't a good person. How many evil people were there in the world? It was impossible for him to kill all over the world, and he could only do his best when he met them. Buzz! The Leaf Fire Divine Furnace rose from the ground and flew over from the 13th green peak. It slowly became smaller, turning into an inch high, and appeared in the palm of Yi Fan. Its whole body was sparkling, and bursts of heat overflowed. Clang! The colorful mist floated, and the furnace cover was also taken by Yi Fan and sealed on the copper furnace. It was seamless and became one, shining and looked very exquisite. On the body of the furnace, there were some blurry engravings, which were not very clear. It may have been gradually erased because of the passage of time. Vaguely, one could see a sun and a few divine birds. The engravings were blurred and difficult to identify. Could this really be an imitation of the ultimate weapon, the divine sun furnace? Yi Fan's fingers turned golden, and he squeezed hard, but he still couldn't destroy the divine furnace that was only an inch high. After this battle, he felt the difference between different realms. If the opponent was one realm higher than him, he was already under considerable pressure as a mortal. If the opponent was 2 heavens higher than him, he would definitely be in danger. However, he saw his own potential and felt the extraordinary nature of the 9 secrets. If his realm increased, he would have nothing to fear. Yi Fan left the Qingxia sect and flew directly to the Sunset sect. He transformed into the appearance of the supreme elder of the mythical fire sect and killed his way in. At the mountain gate, he took out the leaf fire divine furnace, and suddenly, flames rose to the sky, turning one of the celestial peaks into a sea of fire. Then, he put away the copper furnace and killed his way to the Seven Stars Pavilion. He used the leaf fire divine furnace to release a monstrous fire, burning 2 celestial peaks, and floated away. Yi Fan didn't continue to pay attention. His sleeves fluttered, and he came to the mysterious moon cave, appearing in the former residence of Great Emperor Wu Shi. There were many stone cliffs, and not even a blade of grass grew. It was very desolate. In the most desolate place, there was an ancient cave on a broken stone mountain. Time flowed like water, and the void was like sound, as if the great Tao was flowing out. Yi Fan stood there with his hands behind his back, looking up at the 3 lines of ancient words on the cliff that were about to be smoothed out. The Tao is boundless and ignorant, the heart is elegant and unrestrained, things are endless, and there is no wrong. The quiet, withered land gave people a feeling that the years were long and endless. The Emperor Jade in Yi Fan's hand was heating up in his palm, shining with a soft brilliance, and flowing out from between his fingers. Chapter 222. A gentle radiance flowed out from between Yi Fan's fingers, calming one's mind as if one was walking under the hazy moonlight. The Tao is boundless and incomprehensible. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back, feeling something in his heart. The Tao was formless and boundless. How could it be grasped? Who could say it clearly? After standing still for a long time, he walked to the front of the cave and touched the cold rock wall with his hand. The ancient characters that had been smoothed over time were very faint and would disappear forever in a short time. He used his finger as a pen to copy the 3 lines of words over and over again. His mind was focused on the ancient characters, trying to figure out Great Emperor Wu Shi's state of mind. Yi Fan forgot everything else and stood alone in front of the stone wall. His movements became slower and slower as he enunciated each word with force. Like the bright moon in a well, he was fixed in front of the ancient cave. Time seemed to flow in reverse. He seemed to see a figure covered in dust standing on the desolate earth. He wanted to walk forward but found that Wu Shi had no end, and no way to get close. He knew that it was Great Emperor Wu Shi. Yi Fan was immersed in an extremely ethereal state. His fingers slowly moved as if he was lifting a great mountain that was as heavy as the heavens. Unfortunately, he could not get close to the figure at the end of the independent world. He could not see Great Emperor Wu Shi. That was only a trace of an imprint erased by history. The Emperor Jade in Yi Fan's left hand became hotter and hotter. The cave gently swayed, and the stone surface cracked and fell off continuously. The ancient jade overflowed with splendor, flowing into the cave. Stone fragments swirled in the air and dust covered the ground. He stepped forward as if he was standing under the starry sky from hundreds of thousands of years ago. This Emperor Jade was not ordinary. It became increasingly misty and boiling hot, illuminating the entire ancient cave. It was as if a fragmented historical picture was unfolding before Yi Fan's eyes. An illusory figure was faintly discernible, flickering indefinitely. Gazing at the broken immortal path, I do not see the ancients before me, and I do not see those who will come after me. I stand alone at the top of the clouds. This was the imprint fixed by the Emperor Jade. The words of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago made one's heart surge. However, too much time had passed, and nothing could exist forever. In the end, the fragmented picture scroll scattered with the wind, and not much was left behind. As big as the ocean, as small as a speck of dust, all things exist. The voice stopped there. Yi Fan didn't move. His finger continued to carve words in the air. Just now, he felt an indescribable state of mind. There was a kind of emptiness that lasted until now. After an unknown period of time, his entire body shone with light, and all the pores on his body relaxed. He was like a jade man, untainted by even a speck of dust, as if he had received a baptism. After a full 4 hours, Yi Fan slowly regained his consciousness. He woke up from that inexplicable Tao rhythm. I must obtain the Wuxia scripture. He didn't hear the wondrous technique, but the remnant imprint still made him feel the charm of the great path. His spirit and body seemed to be bathed in holy light, receiving an indescribable baptism. With a rumbling sound, the rock wall collapsed. Yi Fan had no choice but to retreat. When he looked back, the ancient cave no longer existed. In the blink of an eye, it had already become a thing of the past. There was regret in his heart. Even though he already knew that the Wuxia scripture wasn't here, he was still a bit disappointed. The Emperor Jade was still shining, and it didn't dim. He knew that there was definitely something else. Stone cliffs stood in great numbers, and short mountains stood one after another. Immortal vines acted as a bridge, connecting one precipice to another. It was quiet and plain. Yi Fan walked forward, passing by stone mountains and walking towards the flowers and grass. He arrived at a secluded area. Who are you? The people of the mysterious moon cave were alarmed. Figures rushed over and berated one after another. Yi Fan arrived at the back of the mountain as if he was in an uninhabited place. His large sleeves fluttered, and the young disciples that rushed over were sent flying one after another. He held the ancient jade in his hand, and he relied on his senses to search forward. Hurry and report to the elders. Someone has forced his way into our mysterious moon cave. There is a powerful enemy that has invaded our mysterious moon cave's back mountain. Many people shouted, reporting to the sect's elders. Yi Fan floated past beautiful mountain peaks and arrived at a peaceful place. The back mountain was lush with vegetation, and there was a huge deep valley. After arriving here, the Emperor Jade became increasingly bright. It was extremely hot, and it wanted to fly out of his hand. This was an abandoned valley filled with junk. There were medicinal dregs, broken furnaces, rusted swords, and broken talismans. This was a desolate valley used to throw away things. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the vast valley was almost full. It was filled with the discarded items of cultivators, and the air was lifeless with turbid air rising into the air. This place, Yi Fan frowned, but he didn't hesitate too much. He shook his sleeves, and immediately, the junk flew everywhere. Broken copper and iron clanked as they fell into the distance. Taoist priest, what are you doing? An elder of the mysterious moon cave finally arrived. Yi Fan ignored him. His large sleeves moved back and forth, and the sky was filled with broken items. The valley was continuously cleaned up, and the Emperor Jade became increasingly hot. Pung! An elder rushed over and was slapped away by Yi Fan along with a large number of discarded items. Who are you? Why did you come here? A few elders flew over from the mysterious moon cave and landed around the valley. Yi Fan had already sealed the mysterious moon cave, so he didn't have any scruples and said, I'm the one who killed your sect master. What? The surrounding people were shocked. They hadn't received any news. They only knew that the previous sect master had stayed in Green Cloud's sect and hadn't returned. Go and report to your current sect master. I'll take his life in a while. Yi Fan turned over the abandoned valley and continued his search. You are talking nonsense. The Supreme Sect Master is powerful and has been in closed-door cultivation for many years. He rarely meets a match in this area. Yi Fan took out the leaf fire divine furnace and put the elders inside on the spot. With a flash of fire, they turned into black ash, and their names were erased from this place. The expressions of the others changed. This made them feel terrified. The elders didn't even have time to resist before they were killed. This kind of method caused everyone's calves to cramp up. In a state of panic, everyone fled cleanly. Yi Fan used the leaf fire divine furnace to refine the trash in the valley and finally cleaned it up. Clang! The ancient jade vibrated and shone even brighter. Yi Fan arrived at the bottom of the valley and started digging. He dug out a patch of black soil from the waste materials. Another imperial jade. He was overjoyed. There was a broken jade covered in dirt at the bottom of the valley. It was unknown how long it had been sealed for. Buzz! The two imperial jades met and radiated auspicious light. Yi Fan picked up the jade pendant on the ground. The dirt fell off and he placed them together. They reflected each other's radiance and were warm and crystalline. It's still incomplete. This is only 2 corners. I'm still missing 6 or 7 pieces. Yi Fan frowned. However, he didn't expect to gather all the imperial jades in one go because that wasn't realistic. The headmaster of the mysterious moon cave and the 8 supreme elders all rushed over. A great battle broke out. Unfortunately, this was a battle without any suspense. Yi Fan took out the leaf fire divine furnace, the flames crackled, and a mountain peak was melted. Magma surged and heat waves scorched the sky. Not long after, peace was restored to this place, and the 9 rulers were all killed. Yi Fan leisurely walked to the front mountain. His heart was like an ancient well. He killed 10 people with one step and flicked his finger again and again, ending one life after another. This was a massacre. One person killed more than 200 people. All those who had committed heinous crimes were completely wiped out by him, and their names were removed from this world. In the end, only 31 people were left alive. They really didn't do any evil and tried their best to oppose the plunder. Yi Fan opened the treasury of the mysterious moon cave. There was a total of 1,400 kilograms of origin source. It was comparable to that of the Qingxia sect. He unceremoniously put it into his pocket. He carefully flipped through the highest secret book of the mysterious moon cavern. Then, he tossed all the weapons to the living and left. These people were the future miners, but he couldn't tell them about it now. Before coming to the mysterious moon cave, Yi Fan had disguised himself as the supreme elder of the Leaf Fire sect. He took out the divine furnace and set fire to several peaks of the 7 Stars Pavilion and Sunset sect. In the end, the 2 sects went to the Leaf Fire sect to denounce them. There was a bloody conflict, but there was no real fight. The Leaf Fire sect had a total of 2 supreme elders at the 3rd realm. Yi Fan killed one of them, and there was still an expert guarding the sect. The experts of the 3 sects all agreed that the Leaf Fire divine furnace was taken away and it wasn't the real Leaf Fire sect supreme elder who killed them. Unfortunately, even if they deduced all this, they couldn't change anything. In the next few days, Yi Fan defeated them one by one. He visited the Leaf Fire sect, the 7 Stars Pavilion, and the Sunset sect, eliminating them one by one. After getting rid of the 4 malignant tumors in this area, he obtained a total of 2 yuan fangs, weighing 6,600 kilograms. This was a huge harvest, but it was still far from what he needed. Every step forward required 10 times the amount. This meant that if he wanted to break through to the 3rd realm of the Dao Palace, he needed 10,000 kilograms of source, or 3 yuan fangs. Yi Fan felt dizzy. He didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Now, the source he needed could no longer be measured in kilograms, but in yuan fangs. He could imagine gathering 10,000 kilograms, but when he thought of the next number, 50,000 kilograms, he felt dizzy. If not for the Book of Origin, he felt that he could give up on cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to collect it. One could imagine that the next number would make even the sacred lands vomit blood. No one would be able to afford it. The Green Cloud, 7 Stars, Dark Moon, Sunset sect, and Leaf Fire sect only existed in name. They became Yi Fan's mines. His harvest was huge, especially when he found a yellowed book in the Leaf Fire sect. There was only one move on it, Embracing Mountain Seal. It was extremely profound and inspired him greatly. Similar to the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers, its power was strangely great, giving his Battle Saint technique another change. If I get another yuan fangs, I can advance to the 3rd realm of the Dao Palace. Yi Fan was lost in thought. He was preparing to enter the Jade Pool. He wasn't worried about the 5 sects being destroyed. Small grotto heavens like the Leaf Fire sect, Green Cloud sect, and Dark Moon Cave could be said to be the lowest level sects in the northern region. Above them were medium-sized sects, large sects, super forces, and sacred lands. Unless it was a small force in a life-forbidden zone or a divine medicine garden, the super sects would need to support them as outposts. Otherwise, it would be hard to have any interaction with them. The northern region was so vast that even a cultivator would need several months to fly from one end of the northern region to the other. Some sects were tens of thousands of miles away from each other, or even millions of miles away from each other. In such a large area, the large forces would naturally be known by people. But low-level sects like the Leaf Fire sect and Dark Moon Cave were barely known by people. Only small sects of the same size in the area would have heard of them. It could be said that one was in the sky while the other was on the ground, the two were in two different worlds. Thus, Yi Fan wasn't worried that the disturbance here would attract the attention of any sacred land. The distance was too far, the sky wouldn't pay attention to an ant nest on the ground. Eastern Desolate had 7 life-forbidden zones. The southern region's Ancient Desolate Forbidden Zone and the northern region's Origin Ancient Mine were among them. In terms of mystery, the northern region's life-forbidden zone was undoubtedly at the top. It was originally a source mine, but it had become a land of death. Past holy lords never returned. It was named Origin Ancient Mine, meaning that it had existed before the creation of the world. It was hard to imagine how ancient it was. There was a type of legend that said that this ancient mine wasn't excavated by humans at all. It had already existed long before the human race came into existence. There was another type of saying that it was excavated by humans, but added the word immortal after the word human. This type of saying wasn't very well accepted, because it was hard to say whether or not immortals really existed. No matter what, this was a forbidden land. Even if you were the pride of heaven of a generation, you still couldn't return. It was unknown just how many heroes had died there. The most recent time was 700 years ago. The imperial lord of an undying imperial court in the Central Plains, someone who could be considered a great ruler of a generation, someone who sat on endless beautiful mountains and rivers, entered Origin Ancient Mine for some reason. However, he didn't even cause a ripple before disappearing. Outside of Origin Ancient Mine, a large area was almost completely occupied by various great sage lands. It was the most productive Origin mining area. Not a blade of grass grew in this area, a completely barren land. Outside of Origin Ancient Mine, on the endless reddish-brown earth, there was only a single city. Its name was Origin City. It was located within the range of the Origin mining area, built by cultivators. There were no mortals moving about here, most of them disciples of great powers, as well as people transporting Origin stones. Of course, it was still quite far from Origin Ancient Mine, at least 30,000 li away. Otherwise, no one would dare come. Yi Fan came to this city, because he heard that Jade Lake Holy Lady still hadn't returned to Jade Lake, instead staying in this region to transport a batch of stone materials. Jade Lake Holy Lady is still here. If I entered Jade Lake ahead of time with her jade pendant, it might be a bit inappropriate. There is still quite some time before the Stone Appreciation Assembly. Apart from this, he also had another objective. He always heard about Origin Ancient Mine, really wanting to see it from the distance. Origin City wasn't that large, only a small city. It was completely built from reddish-brown boulders, quite famous. Most of the rice and other things needed by the various mining areas had to be purchased here. This was a transfer station. Not long after Yi Fan arrived, he already found out everything. Jade Lake Holy Lady headed for the border region of Origin Ancient Mine, and would only return after a period of time. At the same time, he learned that Yao Shi and Yao Guang Holy Child were also heading there. Of course, the so-called border region was at least 1,000 li from the true Origin Ancient Mine, so no one dared truly take the risk. Origin Ancient Mine, just what kind of place is it? Yi Fan rubbed his chin, seriously thinking to himself. Zhang family's first ancestor, that Yuan Taoist master's greatest regret was that he couldn't enter Origin Ancient Mine. Even the great figures of a generation felt restraining fear, so he naturally didn't dare rashly enter. Watching from the distance, perhaps I can find out a bit about the situation. He believed that the past Yuan Taoist master definitely saw through something, which was why he didn't dare enter. He wanted to verify it with the Origin Heavenly Book, start to unravel Origin Ancient Mine's mysteries, see just what exactly was strange about it. Chapter 223. Origin City was small and old-fashioned. Rather than calling it a small city, it was better to call it a slightly larger town. No one could remember what era it was built in. The reddish-brown city walls were full of traces of the passage of time, many cracks appearing. As Yifan walked through the city, he could feel the accumulation of time, the ancientness of the passage of time. The stone slabs on the streets were all caved in from being stepped on, cultivators coming and going everywhere. Little brother, it's your first time in Origin City, right? Do you want to purchase Origin stones? Come take a look inside our stone shop. I guarantee that there will be a strange stone you like. Does little Daoist need good materials that were transported from the edge of Origin ancient mine? The goods are genuine, there is no harm in taking a look. There were many shops on both sides of the street, selling all types of Origin stones, enthusiastically greeting the cultivators coming and going. Yifan didn't dare look down on these people. Even though the shops were small, they all had quite the background, having countless connections with the great sage's land. He walked into a stone shop and chatted with the owner. The price of the stones here was ridiculously high. The stone shop wasn't large, just a single room that faced the street. There was only a red sandalwood shelf inside, on it only a dozen or so stones. Yifan was speechless. These stones were worth 10 times the origin source of the same weight. This is just too expensive. These aren't ordinary stones, but precious materials that are to be sent to the holy city. They are contaminated with origin energy. The owner introduced. With how expensive they were, what they were gambling on was already not origin source, but rather the even more precious things sealed within the stones. After comprehending the origin heavenly book, Yifan's eyesight was extraordinary. He only chose a single piece of material, and then didn't take any more. The gains of gambling on stones here didn't make up for the losses. Things even more precious than origin source could only be encountered and not sought after, so how could he randomly see them? The reason he took action was just to get on good terms with the owner. Old bro, is there any way? I want to take a look at Origin Ancient Mine. He wanted to go to Origin Ancient Mine, but he encountered trouble. The mining areas outside Origin Ancient Mine were all divided up by the Great Sage's land. The other areas were still fine, but the regions near the life-restricted areas were difficult for outsiders to pass through. Yifan was not a descendant of a holy land. If there was no other way, a rogue cultivator like him would not be able to pass through those regions. I say, little brother, you absolutely cannot go to that place. Even the great sage lords couldn't do anything after entering. Shizai's master advised. Yifan smiled and said, I'm not going to throw my life away. I just want to watch from afar. I've long heard of Tai Chu's great name, yet I can't see him in person. It truly is a type of regret. The shopkeeper smiled and said, I completely understand. There are often young people like you who want to observe from afar, but in the end, they can't control themselves. It's as if they were summoned by a demon lord and walked into the depths of the forbidden area. Every year, many people go missing. Does that mean there's a way to get to absolute beginning? Yifan's eyes lit up. Little Daoist, I advise you not to take the risk. Curiosity can really kill you. The owner of the stone house advised him kindly. I still have to ask old brother for help. I know the severity of the matter. Yifan insisted on going. Since that's the case, you should go look for someone called Old Blade Honcho. However, the price isn't cheap, it's quite a scam. The shopkeeper gave Yifan this piece of information. Then, he wandered around this stone city a bit, understanding what kind of person this Old Blade Honcho was. This was a local tyrant. Of course, he wasn't a ruffian among mortals, but rather a troublemaker among cultivators. His network in this region was quite extensive, and he accepted all types of business, such as escorting origin stones, and even assassinations. Old Blade Honcho lived in the southern part of the city. There were only 5 short green-tiled houses that looked rather shabby. He didn't have the demeanor of an old tyrant at all, he looked more like a dutiful old farmer. His face was full of wrinkles, one of his hands was rough and calloused. He squatted on the ground, puffing on his tobacco pipe. It was impossible to see the depth of his cultivation. Really evil. Every year there are people who go to their own death. Old Blade Honcho mumbled with an almost inaudible voice. Then, he raised his head and looked at Yi Fan, saying, "Let's wait for a few days, gather enough people before we go." "Old sir, are these all the business you accepted?" Yi Fan noticed that there were a lot of notices on one of the walls. "I'm a dutiful man, I won't kill people. These are all entrustment letters, I'm just a middleman, those who want to take a job will come to me to accept the mission." Old Blade Honcho puffed on his tobacco pipe and said, "If you want to take a job, I can also help you contact them. As for the reward, I want to increase it by 20%. Yi Fan casually browsed through them, and his eyebrows suddenly jumped. Some of these missions actually involved him. He picked up a golden piece of paper, on which his appearance was clearly drawn. Just providing a clue would give him 100 kilograms of origin source, killing him would give him 500 kilograms, and capturing him alive would give him 1,000 kilograms. This was really a high price. They didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price to drag him out. The employer didn't hide his identity, it clearly wrote a large character, G. You motherf asterisk cur. Although Yi Fan was already mentally prepared, he still felt some waves. He escaped to the northern region, but the G family still didn't want to let him go, so they issued an arrest warrant. Yao Guang's people knew that he came to the northern region, so it was impossible that the G family didn't know about it. "I think I've seen this kind of arrest warrant in other cities." Yi Fan probed. Old Blade Honcho puffed out a mouthful of smoke and said, "He provoked someone he shouldn't have, this kid won't live for long." Many people from the younger generation of the Ji family came, and there are also some youngsters from Yaoguang with them. Yi Fan didn't pay attention, he checked other commissioned missions, and saw a few more about him, arrest warrants. Not only were there the signatures of the top young masters of the Ji family, but there was also an arrest warrant issued by a disciple of Yaoguang. Yi Fan learned the Great Void technique and burned the Ji family's great supreme elder to death, so this family wouldn't let him go. Why would a disciple of Yaoguang whom he had never met do this? He immediately thought of Yao Shi, it was probably her idea. "Arrest me. I'd like to see how you're going to drag me out." Yi Fan sneered in his heart. He cultivated the Book of Source Heaven and could change his aura, making it difficult for the enemy to find him. "I'd like to see the young masters." Yi Fan's strength had been increasing recently, and he was quite tempted to find some people to test his blade on. He didn't believe that everyone was like Ji Haoyue and Yao Guang's son. If they were young cultivators in the second or third tier of the Holy Ji Palace, he felt he could kill them. How strong is this Yi Fan? Why are they mobilizing so many people? Yi Fan asked casually. "I heard that he was a cultivator in the Sea of Reincarnation half a year ago. In such a short time, he shouldn't have changed too much." Old Blade Honcho blew out a smoke ring, stared at him with his muddy eyes, and said, "Are you interested in taking on this mission? I'll only take 15% of the reward, the rest is yours." "Okay, I'll take it. Please tell me the details." Half an hour later, Yi Fan left the southern district. "How was it? Did you make the deal? Did you get ripped off by that old thing?" When they passed by the stone house, the owner asked enthusiastically. "I'll take 25 pounds of source stone and we'll leave in 2 days, Yi Fan answered. "Although the price is high, I didn't rip you off too much. The owner of the stone house recommended, buy a stone coat from me. It's an old stone skin peeled off from the source stone. It has the effect of warding off evil." Wild beasts roared, and a group of people rushed into the origin city. They were a group of young people, all of them looked to be in their 20s. Their mounts were extraordinary. They were 3 feet off the ground and rushed through the streets. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He was still pondering just now, but he didn't expect to meet people from the Ji family so soon. He didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble. 2 days later, Yi Fan arrived in front of Old Blade Honcho's shabby tile-roofed house in the southern district. There were already a dozen people waiting there, most of them were young people. "It's been half a month, the number of people is finally almost here." Old Blade Honcho held a tobacco pipe in his mouth and said, "Let me make it clear first, I'm only responsible for leading the way. I'm responsible for my own life and death. If I'm really summoned into the old mine, it has nothing to do with me." These people already knew the rules. No one said anything else and only urged him to go on his way. Why bother? What's so good about an old mine? Every year, many people die there. Old Blade Honcho grumbled. Some people didn't like what he said and said, "I say, old man, can't you say something more festive? It's as if you're cursing us to throw away our lives." "All right, I wish us a safe journey." Old Blade Honcho didn't say anything else. For this mission, he never let others do it, always taking care of it himself. When they walked out of Origin City, Yi Fan saw those youngsters from the Ji family again. They seemed to be in a hurry, riding on their savage beasts as they galloped away. Even though those strange beasts' feet didn't touch the ground, the violent wind still stirred up quite a bit of dust and sand, making these people who wanted to enter the Origin ancient mine glare at them angrily. What is there to be so arrogant about? Do you really think this city is your temporary imperial residence? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you know who those people are? They are from the Ji family. They will bring about a great disaster. A few of the people who rushed out turned their heads around and glared at them. One of them revealed a hint of a sneer and said, "Disaster comes from a loose tongue, control your own mouths." They didn't stop and left as if they were flying. Truly, too arrogant. What's so great about the Huanggu family? There were some people who were unconvinced, but they only dared to mutter in a low voice after those people left. Old Blade Honcho was worthy of having walked this path for several decades, actually avoiding the Holy Land's sealed region, following the secret path to enter. Everyone walked and stopped from time to time. 10 days later, they made their way through a large uninhabited region, passing through the boundless Great Desert. Old Blade Honcho brought everyone to the outskirts of the Origin ancient mine. They were already less than 1,000 li from the so-called Origin ancient mine's border. They arrived outside the legendary life-restricted region. "We can only advance another 800 li, or else we will be in danger. You all must control yourselves, don't act rashly, and even more so, don't speak irresponsibly." Old Blade Honcho warned seriously. There was nothing here. The great earth was scarlet like blood, having been like this since the ancient times. Desolation was the eternal theme. Sand and gravel covered the ground. The occasional rocky mountain that could be seen was also scarlet like blood, silent like a tombstone. This place really is desolate, not even a ghost's shadow can be seen. Someone sighed. "Don't speak irresponsibly." Old Blade Honcho angrily berated. "Is there a need to be like this? There's nothing here, what's there to be afraid of if you speak irresponsibly?" A youngster was very dissatisfied, believing that they were being overly cautious. Old Blade Honcho continuously muttered, no one knew what he was saying. At the same time, he bowed to the front again and again, only then did he turn his head around and angrily glare at him, shouting, "If you want to die, leave by yourself, don't follow us. Since I am the leader, you must listen to everything I say." "Old Blade Honcho, aren't you going too far? We paid you the source, how can you have this kind of attitude?" That youngster was unconvinced, coldly questioning. "I can return the source to you, then you can leave by yourself." Old Blade Honcho indifferently replied. "Forget it, let's all cool down. In any case, we are almost at the destination, let's all talk a bit less." Someone at the side advised. Old Blade Honcho coldly said, "I am doing this for your own good. Speaking irresponsibly in this region can lead to death. Is it that serious?" The people at the side didn't believe him. Old Blade Honcho coldly snorted and said, 3 years ago, because there was one person in our team who spoke irresponsibly, as a result, he provoked a big disaster. More than 20 people, in the end, only me and 2 others survived." "So scary, what happened, the others, all died?" A few more timid people carefully asked. "No one knows what happened, at that time, all of us were blind. We couldn't sense anything, only heard blood-curdling screams. When we regained our spiritual sense, there were only 20 or so pools of blood on the ground. Old Blade Honcho calmly said. The vast land was a vast expanse of emptiness, 1,000 li of crimson, with no end in sight. Occasionally, sand and dust would roll up. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, all of them were skeptical. But the youngster just now obviously didn't believe him. He sneered and said, "We are all cultivators, how could we be afraid of demonic ghosts? I believe that as long as we don't enter the forbidden area for life, nothing bad will happen outside." Pa. Old Blade Honcho threw a pouch of source on the ground and said, "You can go, this is your source, you can't walk together with us anymore." Forget it, everyone, don't talk irresponsibly, let's continue forward. Someone advised. Alright, I won't talk anymore, okay? Seeing Old Blade Honcho's serious face, the youngster also felt a bit scared. Remember, no one is allowed to talk irresponsibly. Old Blade Honcho solemnly warned with a gloomy face. Chapter 224. The group of people flew at a low altitude, advancing into the depths of this great earth. After traveling for less than 100 li, they saw a few stone pillars one after another, some of them incomparably thick. It was unknown just how many years had passed, but they still towered over the great earth. From time to time, they would also see some vast foundations. Every single one of those stones was several meters in length, the foundations thick and wide, extremely astonishing. What kind of historical remains are these? If they are buildings, then isn't this a bit too grand? Is this the residence of giants? Someone said in shock. Look, there are some diagrams on this stone pillar, some strange creatures carved on them. They are truly sinister, even uglier than ghosts. Why are you speaking nonsense again? Old Saber Honcho became anxious, glaring at that youngster. Even this is a taboo? That youngster was also a bit angry. You have to know what kind of place you've arrived at. Origin Ancient Mine is even more inconceivable than you can imagine. Old Saber Honcho angrily berated, saying, 5 years ago, I personally saw 30 or so cultivators die a violent death in front of these historical remains, their blood dyeing Origin Ancient Mine red. What happened? The others were alarmed. I don't know either, I only saw from the distance that those people were evaporated, blood rushing into the sky, their bodies turning into ashes. Old Saber Honcho seemed to still have lingering fears. Let's go, let's continue forward. The others were a bit uncomfortable. Old Saber Honcho released a heavy cold snort, distancing himself from that youngster as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, not walking together with him. When Yifan saw this, he followed behind Old Saber Honcho, also leaving that fella. It was better to believe it than not. Everyone advanced several hundred li, already less than 100 li from the so-called border. Old Saber Honcho slowed down, saying, I suggest you all better not advance any further, just fly high up into the sky, use your divine abilities, and then take a good look. Isn't there still more than 100 li? It's still within a safe range, why aren't we advancing any further? Old sir, let's go another few dozen li, we can't see anything from here. All right. Old Saber Honcho replied. After advancing another 50 li, approaching the border of Origin Ancient Mine, he wasn't willing to continue no matter what. Walking another few dozen li isn't a problem, I still want to dig up a few stones at the border of Origin Ancient Mine. Who knows, my luck might be good, and I might even obtain a great harvest. What did you say? Old Saber Honcho's eyes were wide open, and his hair and beard were standing on end. He looked like a lion. After coming here, don't tell me you all don't want to bring back a few pieces of stone materials? If you can cut them out, wouldn't you all be able to obtain endless benefits? That youngster said. You. Old Saber Honcho did not say anything, he turned around and walked away. Sir, don't go. We still need you to lead the way, the others urged. He will kill everyone. Old Saber Honcho's complexion was extremely gloomy. I'm just telling the truth, Old Saber Honcho, you're being too cautious. The young man had been suppressing his anger, and at this moment, he could not hold it in any longer. Unbeknownst to him, a gale had already begun to blow. Sand and dust filled the air, and the sound of the wind could be heard from afar. Why is the wind blowing? The sun was shining brightly just now. So what if it's just a bit of wind? We are all cultivators. Why would we care about a gust of wind? Can you shut up? Old Saber Honcho glowered at the young man. With a dignified expression he looked straight ahead. The red sand filled the air like a faint layer of blood mist. It approached from afar and enveloped everyone. Woo woo, the sound of the wind was frightening, as if a malicious spirit was crying. The sand filled the sky, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Black whirlwind. Old Saber Honcho's complexion changed miserably. In the distant sky, a large number of shadows were approaching at lightning speed, forming a whirlpool. It was as if a dark cloud was pressing down from all directions. The red sand was covered by the black whirlwind, dyed black, and shadows were everywhere. What kind of ghost wind is this? Why is it coming from all directions? Everyone was shocked, all of them were restless. Woo woo, the black whirlwind rolled the sand all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. The ground was pitch black. The whirlwind had color, and it created a big whirlpool. Ah, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The body of the young man who always opposed old Saber Honcho seemed to be cut open by a sharp blade, leaving a big pool of blood on the ground. His whole body was crushed in the black whirlwind. Yi Fan's eyes immediately stood up. He sensed a terrifying aura from those black whirlwinds. He used his divine sense to observe, but he did not see anything. The center of each black whirlwind was pitch black, as if it could swallow everything. Ah, another person was crushed by the black whirlwind, and he only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Even now, Yi Fan was a little scared. He did not expect that coming to the absolute beginning forbidden area would be so dangerous, and he could easily lose his life. At this moment, saving his life was the most important. He took out the cauldron made of myriad origin energy and hid inside. Then, he used the leaf fire divine cauldron to collect the cauldron. Dang dang dang, the black whirlwind blew over like a sharp sword slashing down on the leaf fire divine cauldron, emitting a sky-shaking sound. An incomparably dazzling radiance was emitted. The copper cauldron was sparkling and translucent, and the sun engraved on it shone with vigorous vitality and brilliance. Phoenix cries shook the sky. Several indistinct divine birds danced around the cauldron. Raging flames surged, igniting a monstrous fire. The black whirlwind whistled as it swept past. Several more people were crushed, turning into wisps of mist. Dang, dang, a sky-shaking sound rang out. Yi Fan felt as if a huge palm was violently slapping the copper cauldron, making him feel a terrifying power inside the cauldron. Is this really a black whirlwind? How can it have such power? He was bewildered, but he did not dare to take the risk. He could only hide inside and let the ear-splitting sound outside. In a trance, Yi Fan seemed to hear heavy breathing, as well as the sound of a huge body stepping forward. The earth seemed to be trembling slightly. Is it a black whirlwind or some kind of creature? After an unknown period of time, the wind outside stopped. The world calmed down, and no special sounds could be heard. Yi Fan put away the cauldron made of myriad origin energy. He did not want others to see it, or it would cause great trouble. Then, he flew out of the leaf fire divine cauldron and landed on the ground. What surprised him was that the copper cauldron was not damaged. Although it was full of holes, it was slowly recovering, as if it would be restored soon. This weapon is strange. Yi Fan knew that this was definitely not the real divine sun cauldron. An extreme Tao weapon could even kill almighty beings. It was countless times more terrifying than this, and it was impossible for it to be dented. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the leaf fire divine cauldron recovered. It possessed an indestructible ability, which made him deeply shocked. How could a normal weapon have such a miraculous performance? It was difficult for him to determine what level this copper cauldron was. The copper cauldron turned into an inch tall and looked like a multicolored crystal. It appeared in his palm. Yi Fan did not put it away and held it in his palm to defend himself, ready to use it at any time. The scenery before his eyes changed greatly. He did not know where the black wind had blown him to. Rocks were strewn everywhere, and red sand was everywhere. Not far away, there was a figure standing. Old Saber Honcho silently held a tobacco pipe in his mouth, his brows deeply furrowed. In addition, there were 7 people unconscious on the ground. They were not killed by the black whirlwind. What is going on? Where are we? Yi Fan asked. Looking into the distance, the surroundings were spacious and extremely quiet. This was a great blood-colored plain dotted with a few large rocks. I'm afraid we have entered the Origin Ancient Mine. Old Saber Honcho heavily spat out a mouthful of smoke. Impossible. Yi Fan was shocked. Don't worry, we did not fall into that divine mine. Old Saber Honcho's wrinkled face squeezed together. He paced back and forth a few steps and said, everyone says that the restricted area of Origin Ancient Mine is several hundred li in circumference, some say several thousand li. Most of us are in the restricted area. How could it be like this? Yi Fan frowned. The 7 people who had fainted on the ground woke up. Their faces were deathly pale, all of them filled with endless fear. Even the great sage can only return to the red earth after entering. Won't we die here? The faces of the people who had just woken up were full of despair. They walked towards the Origin Ancient Mine. Naturally they won't be able to return. Like I said, this region is extremely large. We did not enter the central region, perhaps there is still a chance of survival. Old Saber Honcho gazed at the distant horizon. Really? The chances are a bit slim, but there is still some hope. Similar things have happened before. Some people have walked out alive. What is that black whirlwind? Yi Fan asked. I don't know either. Old Saber Honcho shook his head and said, in this restricted region, there will often be some special winds. The black whirlwind can already be considered the mildest. The 9 of them continued on their way. Old Saber Honcho determined a direction based on his intuition, and then took the lead to walk forward. Sir, you have to remember the right path, or else we might directly walk into Origin Ancient Mine. A survivor said while trembling with fear. Old Saber Honcho didn't say anything, directly leading the way. Even though they weren't truly standing in front of Origin Ancient Mine, they still didn't dare fly. There were all types of legends regarding Origin Ancient Mine. It was said that even birds couldn't cross, but those who leapt into the air would definitely be wiped out. After walking for more than 10 li, an enormous ravine stretched horizontally in front of them, extending for several li. Yi Fan frowned, carefully observing it, a chill running down his spine. He never expected to really see this type of landscape. It was completely the same as what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book. Don't go down. He saw a cultivator try to look into the ravine, wishing to stop him, but it was already too late. That cultivator standing at the edge of the ravine, in just a split second, all of the blood in his body evaporated, turning into a streak of scarlet light. Entering the ravine, his body disintegrated into scattered ashes. How could it be like this? The others turned pale with fright, all of them backing up, their faces completely pale. That person only took a few more steps than them, yet he immediately turned into ashes. Seeing this with their own eyes made their scalps go numb. Even old Saber Honcho's expression changed. He sensed danger ahead of time, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. This was simply a demonic land. Chills continuously ran down Yi Fan's back. This restricted region was too terrifying, completely exceeding his imagination. They were far from that divine mine, not even entering the central region, yet they already saw this type of legendary landscape, making him couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. This huge ravine was long and vigorous. Looking carefully, it was shaped like a crouching dragon. It was so similar that it could be passed off as the real deal. It was as if there really was a dragon sleeping here, crushing the great earth, forming this type of great ravine. It was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book that this was a great vicious land, the legendary Fire Dragon Tomb, a place where dragons were buried. Yi Fan had previously carefully studied those words, but he didn't know if it was a place where true dragons were buried, or if it was a place where dragon veins were buried. He still hadn't comprehended them, because those ancient texts were too difficult. According to what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book, Fire Dragon Tomb definitely had a divine source, definitely an exceptional treasure within the source. However, there was also a strict warning that one had to avoid Fire Dragon Tomb upon encountering it. Unless absolutely necessary, they definitely couldn't dig it up, or else there would definitely be a great disaster. Origin Ancient Mine, what kind of place is it exactly? Yi Fan found it hard to calm down, great waves surging within him. He saw this type of landscape from the outside. It truly was hard to imagine what kind of mountain and river terrain that ancient mine surroundings were like. Let's make a detour, do not approach the great ravine. He seriously reminded. Correct, this is a death trap. I feel like no matter how many powerful cultivators enter, they will all die. Old Saber Honcho nodded, his expression serious, expressing his agreement. The 8 of them unanimously agreed to make a detour around the dragon's head. They walked several li, and then finally arrived at the dragon's head. It was vivid and lifelike as expected, as if there really was a dragon corpse lying on the ground. This place. Old Saber Honcho frowned, his innate spiritual perception making him shudder inwardly. Not good, hurry and retreat, hurry and leave this place. Yi Fan felt his fine hairs all stand on end. In front of the dragon's head was an extremely small lake, its circumference only a dozen or so zhang. It was a bright red expanse, the water like blood, making one's heart tremble. Even if it was a normal person who saw this, they would still be shocked. There wasn't even a blade of grass growing in the desolate restricted area, there shouldn't be any water, so how could there be a lake like this? Meanwhile, when it entered Yi Fan's eyes, it became even more extraordinary. His entire body went cold. Fire Dragon Tomb was already terrifying enough. If this blood lake was added on, then it would be a great disaster among great disasters. Based on what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book, this was a dragon's blood, rarely seen in this world. There was a blood divine source buried here, almost impossible to obtain. Touching it would result in death. Fire Dragon Tomb and Dragon's Blood, these types of landforms were linked together. If they were touched, even the Eastern Wasteland's matchless divine kings wouldn't be able to escape disaster. Chapter 225. Learning from the previous example, everyone quickly retreated far away from the lake, fearing that they would perish here. After retreating for several hundred meters, the 8 people looked back. The more they looked, the more frightened they became. The blood was like smoke, rising in spirals like strands of malicious spirits. The lake was less than 100 meters in circumference, but it was so red that it made people's hearts palpitate, so beautiful that it was suffocating. That pool of water seemed to be able to swallow the world. What kind of lake is this? Why is it so frightening? One of them was trembling, not because he was timid, but because the atmosphere here was really not right. Facing the blood lake, it made people involuntarily tremble. Far away from the fiery dragon grave and dragon's bloodbath, standing on higher ground, the others also saw the abnormality. Looking at the Great Rift Valley and the Blood Lake, they immediately recognized their shapes. This is AF** King Dragon that's spitting blood. How can there be such a terrain? A person cried out in fear, his body drenched in cold sweat. It was really too similar, it could be said to be the work of the gods. This kind of mountain and river terrain seemed to be meticulously carved out. It did not look like a natural product at all. Several cultivators were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing such a terrain, they were a little dazed, but more afraid. Yi Fan looked at the sky, the sun was setting in the west, the sunset glow was sprinkling down. His expression suddenly changed, he shouted, "We still need to retreat." In the Book of Origin of Heaven, it was recorded that the fiery dragon grave and dragon's bloodbath were the most terrifying when day and night alternated. Seeing Yi Fan like this, the others all changed their expressions and ran madly behind him. After running for several li, the setting sun brushed past the horizon. When it was about to sink, a horrifying muffled sound rang out. The great crevice was shaking, and the blood lake's water was rising. It rushed out of the ground and surged into the air. The 8 lucky survivors had high and low levels of cultivation. the weakest one was at least 1 li behind, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The 7 people looked back and saw him flying backwards, pulled by a mysterious force, directly falling into the blood lake, disappearing without even making a ripple. The others were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to fly. They ran like the wind, chasing after Yifan and old Saber Honcho, who were about to disappear into the horizon. Yifan didn't stop until he was more than 10 li away. The people behind him arrived one after another, all of them sweating profusely. It wasn't because they were tired, but because they were scared. If I can choose again, I will never come to this damned place. Even if you give me a Genesis mountain, I will not be tempted, said a young cultivator with a sobbing tone. The others also felt sorrowful in their hearts. All of their faces were snow white, and they seemed to be filled with regret. This absolute beginning forbidden area is too unusual. We're still very far from the ancient mine, but we've already encountered such a demonic land. If we had recklessly advanced just now, I'm afraid we would have all died there, one of them said with a trembling voice. That's an extremely ominous terrain, a true dragon coughing blood. Old Saber Honcho's face was solemn. Sir, have you heard of it? Yifan was surprised, but his face was calm. I think, little brother, you know more than me. If it weren't for your reminder, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many of us left. Old Saber Honcho glanced at him. I'm just relying on my intuition to sense the danger. I don't understand it. Sir, please explain it to us in detail. Yifan asked. I'm not very clear either. I've only heard a few words. Old Saber Honcho shook his head and said, I don't know how long ago it was. I think it's at least 7 or 8,000 years, or even 10,000 years. In the past, someone had discovered such a terrain in the northern region. At that time, it was unknown how many people had died, and many of them were the big shots of that era. In the end, a Yuan Taoist master came into being and solved that kind of mountainous terrain. However, he paid a huge price and almost lost his life. In less than half a year, that Yuan Taoist master had mysteriously disappeared. Why must they break through this kind of mountainous terrain? Could it be that there's something down there? One of the cultivators was very sharp. Of course, otherwise, who would go and die? Old Saber Honcho stopped talking and didn't say anything else. Yifan sighed in his heart. Both Fire Dragon's Grave and Dragon's Bloodbath contained the source of God. There were at least 2 pieces, and they were just a dozen or so li away. Unfortunately, he had no way to get them. This was the first time he clearly sensed the source of God. If he had world-shaking battle prowess and completely comprehended the Book of Source of Heaven, perhaps he could come here and give it a try. Right now, he could only concentrate. Being able to walk out of here alive would be the greatest success. The sky was dark. The group of 7 walked very slowly. Even though they weren't weak, they didn't dare to walk too fast. They all looked around and carefully observed the terrain for fear of accidentally entering a dangerous place. This was because Fire Dragon's Grave and Dragon's Bloodbath were definitely not the only mountainous terrain. There were definitely other demonic lands. Old Saber Honcho, are you sure this is the path to the outside of the restricted area? Why do I feel like we're walking towards an ancient mine? A cultivator said while trembling with fear. The setting sun had already disappeared. The sky was dark, without the moon or stars. A faint mist rose from the boundless crimson land, making it difficult for people to distinguish their direction. Old Saber Honcho also frowned. The more he walked, the more he lost his sense of direction. This was like a maze. Everywhere was quiet, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Red sand and stones covered the ground. When one lightly stepped on them, caw-caw sounds would be released. Under this quiet and spacious night sky, the sound would travel extremely far. The 7 of them didn't dare act carelessly, all of their feet not touching the ground out of fear of startling something. It was because there were too many legends regarding Origin Ancient Mine. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they completely lost their sense of direction, as if they entered a maze. The sky became darker and darker. Mist curled about. At first, it was like a thin veil fluttering about, but in the end, it became thicker and thicker, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. I say, we can't go anymore. A cultivator stopped his footsteps. His heart was pounding as he said, I just feel like the direction isn't right. I also have this feeling. This doesn't seem to be the way out. Another person chimed in, his eyes revealing fear as he said, if we walk towards Origin Ancient Mine, then we really won't be able to call for help even if we cry for help. Everyone's minds were heavy. They lost their way, unable to find their way back. This absolute beginning restricted area was equivalent to losing half their lives. Old Saber Honcho remained silent for a long time. He sighed and said, we have no choice but to go. Otherwise, I'm worried that some things might happen. We definitely can't go any further. Otherwise, we might really end up stepping into the ancient mine. At that time, we won't have a chance to regret it. Let's just wait until tomorrow's sunrise. Stopping isn't appropriate, this place makes one go crazy. These individuals all had different viewpoints, starting to argue. Little brother, what do you think? Someone asked Yifan. Old Saber Honcho also looked over. Let me think about it a bit. Yifan was worried, finding it difficult to calm down. He just felt like this region was strange. When he raised his head, he couldn't see the stars or moon, everything dusky, as if a black cloth covered the sky. When he looked into the distance, he couldn't see the great earth, only mists rising and falling. It was as if they were stored in a box. This was extremely similar to the ghost mist recorded in the Heavenly Origin book. Humans could stabilize mountains, rivers, and dragon veins, locking down divine source. On the other hand, evil source could also seal heaven and earth, trap people to death. The rising ghost mist was a great omen. It was very likely that they had entered the demon land and would be sealed here. If the source locked people, it was the most dangerous, a fatal trap. Yifan cursed. After learning the Heavenly Origin book, he still hadn't searched for the source to lock meridians, but he didn't want to be sealed instead. Ghostly mist filled the air, and killing intent was hidden within. Once triggered, everyone would immediately turn into a pool of blood. It could be said that the gates of hell were already open for them. Now, he finally understood why there were only 5 Yuan Taoist masters in the northern region since ancient times. The dangers they had to face were too terrifying, and this profession almost never had a good ending. Everyone, we're in big trouble. Who can go back the way we came? Everyone's hearts were heavy. They were most afraid to hear this kind of news. This place is like a maze. We've long lost our sense of direction, how can we find our way back? I did leave some marks, but unfortunately, when I turned around to sense them, I found that I'd lost contact with them. Old Saber Honcho sighed. Yifan felt a chill in his heart. Being trapped and killed by the evil source was very difficult to break out of. It was almost a dead end. He didn't have the ability to lock meridians in this life, but he was going to be sealed. This really made him feel angry. He was probably the most unlucky disciple of the Yuan Taoist master in history. Yifan squatted down and drew on the ground as if calculating something. He said, there's still a chance of survival. We haven't entered the central area, only the edge. There's only ghost mist and nothing else. Maybe we can get out. Little brother, what are you talking about? We still have a chance of survival? Little Taoist master, we're all depending on you. You have to think of a way. Everyone gathered around. Yifan looked at them seriously and said, think carefully. Everyone draw a map for me. According to your feelings, draw out the areas we've passed through. The others felt the seriousness of the situation and didn't dare to delay. They squatted down and drew on the red sand. Sure enough, as Yifan expected, everyone's map was very different. It was like they didn't walk together but came from different directions. Yifan put the 7 maps together and seriously pondered. Occasionally he would stand up and measure the area within 100 zhang, walking from one position to another. Only after an hour did he let out a long sigh. They still hadn't fallen into a dead end. He thought of a way to get out of this predicament. However, when he stood up, he was stunned. Not far away sat 7 figures. Including him, there should only be 7 people. How come there was one more person? Who is that? Hearing him shout in such a low voice, everyone was shocked. 5 figures stood up and quickly dodged, leaving that place. Swoosh! The 6th figure rushed up. It was as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the thick fog. Its trace was indistinct. Even its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Everyone's face was pale. Cold sweat flowed down. In a short moment, their clothes were all wet. What was that? They couldn't see it clearly. One of the people's teeth were chattering. His whole body was trembling as he said, "I vaguely saw it." It wasn't a human, it was covered in beast fur. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. That thing with beast fur was sitting not far away from them, but it was completely unaware. This made everyone terrified. What happened to him? There was one person who hadn't stood up all along. He was sitting on the ground like a weathered stone statue. Several people stepped forward and arrived in front of him. None of them didn't change their expressions. It was truly a tragic sight. This person's skull had been opened. The brain inside was like tofu pudding, white and sticky. Most of it had been swallowed, leaving only a small amount. Chi! Old Saber Honcho pointed his finger. A 7-colored rainbow shot out, piercing into the thick fog. There, a shadow quickly disappeared, rushing into the depths of the darkness. Several people rushed over together and found a small puddle of brain with 2 strands of black beast fur. It was obvious that the brain was dripping from the creature's mouth. It belonged to the dead person. Only the beast fur belonged to the unknown creature. Let's leave this place and ignore it. Yi Fan took a step forward. The most important thing right now was to leave this maze. There was a divine source buried underground. If they stayed here for too long, they might not be able to leave. Chapter 226. The mist became even thicker. As a cultivator, they couldn't see anything beyond 100 meters. The mist contained a strange power. The boundless earth was completely swallowed up by darkness. Little brother, do you have any methods? Can you really bring us out? Taoist priest, we're all relying on you. If we can get out alive, I'll set up a longevity tablet for you. Trapped in the absolute beginning forbidden area, no one could remain calm. They were all restless, surrounding Yi Fan's side. Do you have source on you? I need it to change the terrain of the mountains and rivers. Yi Fan asked the other 5. Old Saber Honcho didn't say anything, directly handing over a dozen or so bags. Each bag contained 25 kilograms of source, precisely the remuneration he received. Seeing him like this, the other 4 also opened their bags, gathering another 300 or so kilograms. None of them were ordinary people, or else they wouldn't have spent 25 kilograms of source to come to absolute beginning ancient mine. Is it enough? Old Saber Honcho asked. Yi Fan also took out 250 kilograms of source, saying, "It's barely enough. Don't force yourself, we still have more." When they heard him say this, they gathered another 300 or so kilograms. This time, they were completely out. Yi Fan took out 108 flags, carefully carving them, carving mysterious patterns one after another according to the Origin Heavenly Book's records. He wanted to use offense as defense, stabilize the earth's veins, seal the divine source, and forcefully open up a path. Of course, he understood that with his current strength, it was impossible to stabilize the divine source. Unless he completely comprehended the Origin Heavenly Book, he was still far from it. However, he still had 20% confidence in changing the terrain within a small area. He prepared to beat the grass and startle the snake, frightening away the psychic evil source. 2 hours later, only then did Yi Fan finish carving 108 flags. Then, he warned the others in secret, saying, "Stay by my side, do not leave no matter what." Hearing his warning, apart from old Saber Honcho, the other four were extremely nervous. Pung! Yifan inserted a large flag into the ground, using his finger as a blade, carving a starry sky diagram around the flagpole. Then, he embedded a dozen or so kilograms of source within. Is this really effective? One of them was doubtful, he couldn't see anything. Look, the mist around the flags has become much weaker. Another one was more attentive, sensing this change. Everyone was overjoyed. Yifan quickly arranged everything. He didn't dare to tarry for fear that something unexpected would happen. Not long after, he had already planted more than 10 banners, fluttering in the mist. The area immediately became much clearer. The fog was forced away, and the scenery was no longer blurry. Chi! Not far away, light blossomed. The starry sky chart under a large flag was extremely bright, exceptionally eye-catching in the night. Not good, that creature is trying to pull out the flag, someone cried out in alarm. Kacha! A huge flag was broken, and a hazy figure flew over, twisting and breaking a huge flag. Kacha! In the distance, the second flag was broken and fell to the ground. All that could be seen was a furry silhouette that flashed and disappeared. What should we do? The moment we set up the flag, it immediately destroyed it. Old Saber Honcho knitted his brows. This is bad. This is bad. Yifan's heart sank. He already had a premonition that this creature had a great background. Now, he was even more certain that this was a spiritual creature that protected the divine source. What should we do? The others asked. We must not injure it. Yifan warned solemnly. This was only the most peripheral spiritual creature. According to the heavenly book of Source, this was the lowest level guardian. There must be something sealed inside this divine source. There was most likely a living terrifying creature inside, or else there wouldn't be such a powerful spiritual creature protecting a king. Normally, the powerful spiritual creatures would all be in deep sleep, leaving only the weakest to protect the divine source. If this one was injured, it would definitely alarm even more terrifying creatures, and they would definitely be unable to deal with it. A divine source with a living body sealed inside, it is definitely a treasure among divine sources. We can't really be close to the origin ancient mine, right? Yifan muttered. He was truly troubled. This divine source was protected by a spiritual creature, so he probably couldn't carry out the so-called beating the grass to scare the snake. Not to mention the thing inside the divine source, even a tyrannical guardian would jump out and wipe them all out. If the Yuan Taoist master encountered this kind of situation, what would he do? Yifan muttered to himself, thinking for a while. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yifan inserted all of the great banners into the same spot, engraving a large star diagram, embedding a full 500 kilograms of origin. Everyone, we only have one chance. Yifan transmitted sound. In a while, the mountains and rivers here will shake, the dense fog will be broken in an instant. The time is very short, and if we can't escape, we will undoubtedly die. What he said was the truth. In a while, there would be an earthquake here, and it might startle out some even more tyrannical spiritual creatures. If they couldn't rush out, they would be completely locked in here. Everyone, prepare yourselves, I am about to take action. Yifan threw the last 50 kilograms of origin into the star diagram central region, immediately embedding it inside. In that instant, radiance rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the black fog, and starlight scattered down from the sky. This place shook violently. More than 100 great banners burned fiercely, the 500 kilograms of origin on the ground turned into endless essence energy, cracking the great earth. The star diagram that was carved corresponded to the celestial bodies in the sky, drawing in specks of star power. The ground shook violently. Let's go. Yifan was the first to rush out, and old Saber Honcho followed closely behind, fleeing for their lives into the distance. Behind them, there was a low roar, as if something was awakening. Miserable screams could be heard, and a rain of blood swirled in the air, but they didn't look back, and all of them rushed forward with all their might. Not long after, Yifan and old Saber Honcho both rushed out, followed by 2 more people. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment, and directly ran towards the fiery dragon's grave. The fog behind them surged, and that area was once again sealed. Only when they were close to the fiery dragon's grave did the remaining 4 people let out a long sigh of relief. That place was too strange. Looking from afar, the clouds were surging, covering everything, and the light couldn't pass through. Outside, the moonlight was bright and stars filled the sky. The color of the night was like water. Fortunately, there's dragon's blood here, or else we'll be in big trouble. Yi Fan and the others stood by the small blood-colored lake, and discovered that no creatures were chasing after them. The things sealed in that piece of divine source must be very terrifying. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, and understood one step further. Even if he became the Yuan Taoist master, he might still have to pay with his life if he didn't do well. One day, when I'm strong enough to comprehend the Book of Source of Heaven, I'll definitely dig you out. Yi Fan looked at the dense fog. It had only been a few hours, and he had already discovered 3 pieces of divine source. This absolute beginning forbidden area was indeed mysterious, and he really didn't know why it was like this. Let's go, let's quickly leave this place. Although there's nothing alive here, this Dragon Rift Valley and the Lake of Blood are enough to make one's hair stand on end. One of the surviving cultivators suggested. Yi Fan nodded. Although it wasn't the time of day and night, staying in front of the fiery dragon's grave and the dragon's blood was still very dangerous. They took a detour for dozens of miles, and avoided the area of fog from afar. They concealed their own auras, afraid that they would attract a disaster. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and its pure white radiance sprinkled over the red earth like a thin mist. This scene was extremely tranquil. It didn't look like a terrifying forbidden area at all, but more like a quiet moonlit night suitable for a stroll. Can we get out of here alive? According to our position, we should be heading out, but why do I feel like we're approaching the absolute beginning ancient mind step by step? I also have this uneasy feeling. 2 of the 4 said the same thing. Yi Fan was also bewildered, and said, there seems to be an indescribable strange power that's giving us a misconception. Old Saber Honcho was also uncertain, and said, could it be that the power of the ancient mind is summoning us, leading us onto the wrong path? It was difficult for the 4 to find a way back. They climbed up a high ground, and gazed into the distance. It's over. We're all going to die. Heavens, humanoid creatures, forbidden deities. The 2 cultivators' teeth were chattering, and their arms were pointing in the same direction, trembling. When Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho heard this, they turned around, and looked forward. They were also petrified on the spot. It was hard to say how far away they were. There were 3 figures standing on the horizon. Even though they were far away, they could still make out their indistinct outlines. The moonlight was like water, the boundless great earth peaceful. The figures on the horizon were extremely hazy, a bit indistinct. It was clear that the other party also noticed the 4 of them. One of them released blazing radiance from his entire body, dazzling and dazzling. He stood on the horizon like a golden sun, but also like a deity. The other person had a tall and slender figure, clothes white like snow, long hair fluttering about, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens, giving off a feeling of emptiness. Sparkling light flickered about. As for the one in the middle, he was plain and hazy, indistinct and unreal, giving off an extremely illusory feeling. These 3 figures stood in the life-restricted region. The more they looked like deities, the more it made one's hair stand on end, feeling waves of horror. After walking through the night for an entire lifetime, I finally ran into a ghost. Old Saber Honcho sighed with emotion. He had been in and out of absolute beginning ancient mind for several decades, always feeling more scared than hurt, but right now, he felt that things didn't bode well for him. The distance was just too great, he couldn't see the other party's appearance at all. However, that type of deity-like halo was enough to explain everything. Yi Fan's mind was also beating like a drum, saying, let's run. The other 2 were sobbing, their legs and stomachs cramping. There were too many legends regarding absolute beginning ancient mind. When they encountered this type of situation, they felt like there was no way out. A humanoid creature that is like a deity. They definitely arrived at the center of absolute beginning ancient mine. Yi Fan was the first to move, walking down from the high ground. When he couldn't see those three figures anymore, he lowered his body, and then began to run. Even though old Saber Honcho looked old, his legs were extremely nimble, not much slower than Yi Fan's, also running as fast as he could. The bodies of the two in the back were shaking, frantically crawling as they chased after him, fleeing for their lives. Yi Fan ran several dozen li in a single breath, and only then did he stop. Old Saber Honcho wasn't that far behind, also stopping here. Only after a long time had passed did those two catch up. The two's bodies were like sifting chaff, sitting down on the ground. It wasn't because they were exhausted, but rather because they were scared. Taboo, we encountered this type of thing. The two's words were unclear, their entire bodies drenched in cold sweat. It didn't come to take our lives, why is that? Old Saber Honcho was doubtful. The four of them were a bit confused. If they encountered a deity-like creature here, it was the same as being declared dead, even the various great sage lords couldn't escape. Being able to live is always a good thing, we should hurry and leave. Yi Fan urged. No matter what, they couldn't advance from that direction anymore. The four of them collected their thoughts, changing directions to search for a path of survival. After walking for roughly 2 hours, they all felt that something wasn't right. We are approaching absolute beginning ancient mine. Yi Fan and old Saber Honcho spoke at the same time. Pressure, alarm, grief, rippled over from up ahead. This was a type of emotion that made one lose control. They used their divine eyes to look into the distance, only seeing that at the limits of the great earth, endless starlight scattered down, like a stream, falling onto the ground. The starlight that filled the sky converged into a river, a vast expanse of whiteness, flowing into the limits of heaven and earth. The mysterious fluctuation came precisely from that place. It was definitely absolute beginning ancient mine. The four of them came to the same conclusion, their hearts thumping madly. Perhaps the distance between them wasn't more than 100 li. Since ancient times, Eastern Wasteland's Holy Lord, Central Continent's Emperor, as long as they entered, not a single one had ever returned alive. Just now, those three deity-like existences didn't take action against us. Don't tell me it was to force us into absolute beginning ancient mine? Chapter 227. The moonlight was like water, and the earth was empty and quiet. The red sand beneath their feet, the boulders that were several hundred zhang away, and the stone mountains that were even further away were all covered by the misty moonlight. Yi Fan, old Saber Honcho and the others didn't have this kind of tranquil state of mind. Right now, they were definitely close to Origin Ancient Mine. As they stood on the blood-colored sandy ground, their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. The two cultivators named Li Desheng and Chen Huayuan were trembling and almost couldn't stand straight. Their hearts were filled with fear. Origin Ancient Mine was one of the Eastern Wasteland's 7 great life-restricted areas. Its ferocious name spread throughout the world. Since ancient times, too many terrifying things had happened. Who can save us? I really don't want to die. How can we escape from here? Old Saber Honcho, do you have any idea? Taoist priest, can you find a way out? Their voices were trembling, and their faces were as pale as paper. They were already less than 50 kilometers away from the Origin Ancient Mine. Once they reached this range, they would probably be doomed. Why are you panicking? We haven't entered the Divine Mine yet. Aren't we still 80 or 90 kilometers away? We can still make it if we retreat quickly, old Saber Honcho shouted in a low voice. Didn't they say that encountering Tai Chu means certain death? We have almost seen it, is there still a way out? The two of them looked at old Saber Honcho as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. They looked at old Saber Honcho nervously and hopefully. That is because we are close to Origin Ancient Mine. We are still far away, so we have a chance of escaping. Old Saber Honcho didn't want to say anything more, he turned around and ran away. He couldn't stay in this dangerous place for too long, otherwise he definitely wouldn't be able to live for long. Yi Fan also turned around and left, he ran after old Saber Honcho. He felt that recently he was really unlucky. He just wanted to watch absolute beginning from afar. He didn't want to be blown by the black whirlwind. Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan's complexion was deathly pale. They chased from behind. The two of them were already confused. They had lost their mind, and could only passively follow old Saber Honcho and Yi Fan. In one breath Yi Fan, old Saber Honcho and the others ran for 50 li before they stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. But immediately after, their countenance changed again. That's not right. How can we still look at Origin Ancient Mine? Old Saber Honcho cried out in alarm in a low voice. Yi Fan also felt that something was amiss. He activated his divine eyes and looked into the distance. At the limits of heaven and earth, the starlight was like water, a vast expanse of whiteness. It fell onto the ground, converging towards a single place. Without a doubt, that was Origin Ancient Mine, and it was still less than 80 to 90 li away from them. Uneasiness, fear, anger, grief, and all sorts of other emotions rippled from afar, almost affecting them just like before. How could this be? We've clearly fled for 25 kilometers, so why hasn't the distance changed? We clearly ran in the opposite direction, Chen said. Saber, we, Saber, and we ran. We were run. We, run. We, run. This result made everyone's hair stand on end, and the four of them lost confidence in their hearts. Aren't we still alive? Keep running. Old Saber Honcho's voice was deep and low. Grabbing his tobacco pipe, he ran as if he was flying, and in the blink of an eye he had already dashed several hundred meters away. Yi Fan couldn't be blamed for being cowardly. Since the ancient times, it was unknown just how many holy lords had fallen here. Compared to them, the two of them really weren't enough. Yi Fan also felt apprehensive. This situation was a bit similar to what was recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Unfortunately, that part was too profound, not something he could understand. After running for 50 li, they had just stopped. They discovered that it was the same as before. They still didn't run, still running around Origin Ancient Mine. It really is inconceivable. I just can't understand it. Old Saber Honcho was a bit stupefied. When he ran, he discovered that he was leaving Origin Ancient Mine. Once he stopped, he discovered that he was going around, and not going further. He squatted on the ground. He fished out his tobacco pipe and began to smoke, his brows deeply furrowed. Old Saber Honcho, you still have the mood to smoke? Li Disheng said sullenly. Hurry and think of a way. Chen Huayuan was worried. He sat on the ground, gasping for air. Yi Fan was now sure that it was definitely the situation recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Divine spring formed field energy, distorting space and interfering with time. This type of situation was the most terrifying. It wasn't done deliberately, but rather naturally produced by divine spring. It was almost equivalent to changing the rules and order of this world. Right now, their situation could still be considered good, not entering a dangerous region. Otherwise, if they touched upon the unknown laws of heaven and earth, it might result in destruction. Taoist priest, did you see through something? Li Disheng looked towards him hopefully. Chen Huayuan also moved over, saying, little brother, if you can think of a way to bring us out, I will definitely reward you generously. I only saw some clues. This place is too complex and profound. Yi Fan spoke the truth. The field energy that appeared to disturb this world was because there was more than one piece of divine spring. The origin energy interacted with each other, naturally producing it. However, if there were other factors, then it would be hard to predict, unless the Yuan Taoist master personally came. The Origin Ancient Mine contains divine spring. It has most likely already gained intelligence. Old Saber Honcho sighed at the side. If that's the case, then it's even more troublesome. It can evolve into a killing situation on its own, giving rise to unpredictable and terrifying consequences. Yi Fan frowned. What was worse was that these were all speculations on the surface. No one knew what was actually there. Let's continue running and see if we can find a way. Yi Fan stood up. He wanted to measure this area. Just like that, the four of them started running again. 2 hours later, Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan were almost foaming at the mouth, paralyzed on the ground. They didn't know how many 50 li they had run, but they still couldn't get far. How could this be? The two of them were panting heavily, on the verge of collapse. There shouldn't be a living being sealed in the divine spring here, right? Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself in an inaudible voice. Yi Fan was silent. The probability of this happening was very high. Moreover, the sealed race must be extraordinarily powerful, adding another variable to this place. I heard people say that a holy spirit was born in the ancient mine. Even a great eastern wasteland's divine king would die after entering. There is another saying that there is an immortal race inside. Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan also sat on the ground and spoke like this. After running for such a long time, they were drenched in sweat. They were already no longer that scared. These sayings were all on the surface. No one knew the true secrets. All of these legends could completely be considered a primer. According to the later records of the Origin Heavenly Book, one could derive more than 10 times more terrifying speculations. Yi Fan had only studied a small portion of the Origin Heavenly Book's later stages. Through what he saw before his eyes, he already felt endless reverence towards Origin Ancient Mine. This was already the case when he first saw the primer. He hadn't seen through the true clues yet. According to his speculations, even if he completely comprehended the Origin Heavenly Book, he still might not necessarily be able to understand Origin Ancient Mine's main text. This place might be far more terrifying than he had imagined. There was likely a shocking secret. Otherwise, why wouldn't even the true Yuan Taoist master dare enter? The Zhang family's first ancestor could be considered a genius of a generation, yet he was helpless, never daring to enter Origin Ancient Mine his entire life, viewing this as his life's greatest regret. Could it be that we really are going to die here? Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan's expressions were ugly. When they saw that Yi Fan didn't say anything, they thought that there was no way. Death might not necessarily be the case. Yi Fan stood up and said, "In another few dozen li, we'll have already made a circle around the ancient mine. We should be able to figure out a bit of the situation." What he felt reverence towards was Origin Ancient Mine, but he didn't approach that place. There was still 80 to 90 li between them. He felt like he might be able to find a path of life, have a way to break through it. After all, this was the border, not the true core region. After running for another 20 or so li, they returned to their starting point as expected, arriving at the starting point. Taoist priest, I can tell with a single glance that you are a noble, a genius in this field. You have to think of a way. When Yi Fan heard Chen Huayuan say this, he couldn't help but become speechless. The so-called noble was just digging grandpa, another form of address for Yuan Taoist master's disciples. The people of this profession dug mountains and caves when they grew up, roaming about the great earth, never seeing the light of day. Those who dug up origin veins were jokingly called digging grandpa. Taoist priest, digging grandpa, have you figured out a way to escape? Li Disheng also asked nervously. There is a way, but we need to take a risk. What kind of risk? Old Sword Honcho took a puff of his pipe and asked. This time, we need to advance several li towards Origin Ancient Mine. We need to better understand this place's field energy, and only then will we have a way to escape. Yi Fan said calmly. Digging grandpa, have you gone mad? Chen Huayuan immediately jumped up, incomparably excited. Who would throw away their lives towards Origin Ancient Mine? Even those sacred masters only fought with their lives on the line when their lifespans were about to run out. Yi Fan drew and calculated on the ground, not even raising his head as he said, only by continuously measuring like this can we understand the situation, find a way out. Alright, let's do it like this. Old Sword Honcho took a deep breath, knocked the tobacco pipe on the ground, and then stood up. For the sake of caution, we will only advance 5 li, don't go too far. Yi Fan took the lead and walked forward. Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan had long faces, extremely unwilling, but they didn't dare stay here alone. Right now, they could only rely on this digging grandpa. When they stopped 5 li in, they were shocked to discover that the earth had retreated with a schwa sound. This is... Even old Sword Honcho jumped in fright, his fine hairs all standing on end. They had clearly only walked 5 li, but after stopping, they immediately went 10 li in. The starlight converging towards Origin Ancient Mine could be seen, like a vast expanse of white waterfall in front of them. Taoist priest, you are going to kill us. Chen Huayuan said in alarm. Don't worry, let's go back the way we came. Yi Fan was also very surprised. The rules and order of this place were very distorted. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. In a short 20 li, the 4 of them struggled for no less than 2 hours, not even going back, but constantly going around. If not for Yi Fan engraving special patterns on the road according to the Book of Origin, they wouldn't have been able to walk out at all. The imprints left by Old Sword Honcho and the others were all obliterated, mysteriously disappearing. Only the traces of the original heaven pattern left by Yi Fan still remained. Why do I feel that we didn't walk in a straight line at all, but rather left and right turns, and took many detours before coming out? Old Sword Honcho was puzzled. This is caused by the natural field energy produced by the divine spring. Fortunately, we are only at the edge, there are no complicated changes occurring here, we can still be considered lucky. Yi Fan answered. Can we escape? Li Disheng asked urgently. We still have to probe from many directions, otherwise, I don't have the confidence. We still have to try. Chen Huayuan was nervous. Do you have a better idea? Old Sword Honcho gave him a sidelong glance. In the next 2 hours, Yi Fan probed a few more times, among them the last time was the most dangerous. They actually advanced 30 li in one go, even Old Sword Honcho's face turned pale. At this moment, they were already less than 50 to 60 li away from the Origin Ancient Mine. They could clearly see the silver river flowing down from the sky. The pure white radiance completely submerged that place, appearing gentle and holy. What is that? Yi Fan was shocked. The Origin Ancient Mine was underground, it was impossible to see, but everything in the sky could be reflected in their eyes. There were some dazzling things rushing out from the ancient mine, bobbing up and down. The starlight in the sky formed a river, falling down like a waterfall, but those things were even more dazzling. One moment they rose into the sky, the next moment they sunk into the ground. It might be the divine spring. Old Sword Honcho squinted his eyes, shooting out 2 sharp rays of light. Divine spring? Yi Fan was shocked. It wasn't wrapped by the rock skin, devouring the starlight. Could it be that those springs had developed intelligence? There was definitely more than one. There were 4 or 5 specks of light bobbing up and down, and this was only what he could see. I saw corpses. Li Disheng's lips trembled, his face turning green. What? Where? Yi Fan was shocked. In the sky above the Origin Ancient Mine, bobbing up and down, sometimes submerging into the ground, sometimes rising into the starlight. Li Disheng trembled. Nonsense. Old Sword Honcho rebuked. There is a mysterious power in the Origin Ancient Mine, even I can't see it clearly, only some specks of light. How can you see it? My left eye is an innate underworld eye, I can occasionally see some special things. Li Disheng was incomparably frightened. The left eye is underworld eye. Old Sword Honcho was shocked. Yi Fan was also shaken. He had heard of this kind of eye before. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, it was innate, it could see through the underworld. Hurry and speak, what else did you see? Yi Fan and Old Sword Honcho urged at the same time. Those corpses continuously rose, entering the starlight, and then slowly sunk, entering the great earth. There were quite a few of them. Li Disheng was almost sleep-talking, his face devoid of color. He couldn't see anything else, to the extent where he couldn't even see the divine source. His cultivation wasn't high enough, his left eye could only occasionally see the underworld. According to what he said, Yi Fan and Old Sword Honcho could already imagine the scene 60 li out. Origin ancient mine, within the silver waterfall that poured down from the sky, corpses were bathing in the pure and holy starlight, rising and falling. This scene, just the thought of it made them shiver inwardly. What exactly was going on? Apart from this, there were specks of light, as well as other things rising and falling, they could vaguely see. No wonder even the great figure of a generation, Zhang family's Yuan Taoist master, didn't dare enter Origin ancient mine. Yi Fan said to himself inwardly. This place was too mysterious. Wang. Suddenly, a wave of tremendous suction force erupted from Origin ancient mine. The starlight in the sky was immediately sucked dry, the entire sky pitch black, so dark one couldn't even see their own fingers. On the ground, it was as if there was an enormous black hole that could devour everything. Chapter 228. The sky was like ink, the stars and moon disappearing, as if this place entered eternal darkness. Origin ancient mine surroundings were deathly still. An indescribable pressure, endless fear, and a terrifying sense of suffocation. It was as if many black mountains were descending, sinking into one's heart. What is going on? The four of them were shocked. Their hearts were heavy, not understanding what was going on at all. What happened to Origin ancient mine? We won't die, right? Chen Huayuan asked with a trembling voice. Li Disheng was also trembling. His left eye released dark light, the underworld eye widened, gazing in Origin ancient mine's direction. What did you see? Yi Fan asked. How is the Origin ancient mine? Old Saber Honcho also hurriedly asked. I can't see anything. It's so dark that it's terrifying. It's swallowing everything. My eyes. Li Disheng suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. This sudden turn of events caused the other three to feel a chill run down their spines. They quickly helped him up. What's wrong with you? Yi Fan asked. The corner of Li Disheng's left eye cracked and a trickle of blood flowed out. The underworld eye was empty and extremely swollen. Fortunately, the pupil was not injured and only the white of the eye was injured. It hurt so much. Tears and mucus flowed down his face. He continuously used his spirit power to attack the underworld eye. It took him a long time to recover. What happened? Old Saber Honcho asked. Black hole, a huge black hole, it seems like it can swallow the heavens. Li Disheng was terrified, his underworld eye almost cracked. Whoosh! After a while, the starlight and moonlight in the sky appeared again. It was so sudden. The gentle radiance was like smoke and mist, exceptionally pure and holy. It gave people a feeling of light and warmth, sweeping away the loneliness from before. The blood-red land was plain and simple. The gravel, rocks, and hills were covered with a thin layer of gauze, like a shallow landscape painting. That scared me to death. What happened just now? Chen Huayuan patted his chest. Light reappeared, and it was as if nothing had happened. The starlight in the sky converged into water and flowed towards the primordial ancient mine. However, the huge black hole that could devour everything had disappeared. It was no different from before. It really feels like an illusion. Yi Fan sighed. However, not long after, there was another buzzing sound, and all the holy radiance was sucked dry. The surroundings were boundless, pitch black, no one to be seen on the other side. This was especially the case with Origin ancient mine. That place seemed to have become an abyss, even darker than other places. Why is it dark again? Right, it's almost midnight now. The legends are just like this. Origin ancient mine swallows the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing everything. Old Saber Honcho was alarmed, saying, we have to leave quickly, or else we might not be able to leave. Let's go. Yi Fan shouted in a low voice. He had already roughly understood the situation here, so he led the three of them to retreat. Of course, the so-called retreat referred to turning left and right, constantly changing directions, and not advancing in a straight line. Yi Fan constantly calculated according to what was recorded in the Book of Origin. He even paid attention to every step he took. The three people behind him followed his footprints as they advanced. This was a circuitous route. Even if it wasn't 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, it was more or less the same. It was very erratic, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. From time to time, Yi Fan would even stop and make some calculations on the ground. He carefully evaluated and compared the surrounding terrain, and then he would choose a direction to advance Indiana. "I say, Grandpa Digger, you have to bring us out." Chen Huayuan dawdled while walking, saying, "I've always admired people like you. I've always wanted to enter this line of work. Unfortunately, I only learned a bit of superficial knowledge. Stay on the side, don't add to the chaos." Old Saber Honcho pulled him to the side, afraid that he would disturb Yi Fan. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan brought them back to their starting point, about 80 to 90 li from Origin Ancient Mine. During this process, muffled sounds could be heard from behind them from time to time. An enormous black hole swallowed the essence of heaven and earth like a whale, as if an archaic vicious beast had opened its mouth to devour the heavens. Yi Fan was affected several times. Every time heaven and earth lost all light, completely sinking into darkness, he had no choice but to stop and calmly deduce. Just like this, they walked and stopped, feeling as if they had made a detour for over 1,000 li. They finally left this strange region, appearing 150 li away. "We're finally out." The 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief, especially Yi Fan. As if he had collapsed, he sat on the ground on his butt. Unceasingly deducing made him a little exhausted. He took out the pristine jade bottle and poured the dried-up divine spring into his mouth, finally recovering quickly. If he hadn't comprehended the book of source heavenly scripture, Yi Fan felt that he would have definitely been sealed inside, and it would have been almost impossible for him to escape. "Grandpa Digger, when we get back, I'll erect a long life memorial arch for you. I'm a man of my word." Chen Huayuan looked deeply grateful. "Stop dreaming, we're only a little away from the divine mine, we're still in the absolute beginning forbidden area. There's also a terrain similar to true dragon coughing blood. We could lose our lives at any time." Old Saber Honcho poured cold water on him. Yi Fan also heaved a sigh. The absolute beginning forbidden area was extremely dangerous. There was definitely more than one terrain like Fire Dragon Mark and True Dragon Coughing Blood. If they were careless, they might fall into a dangerous zone. Under the auspicious moonlight, the few of them walked very slowly and carefully, for fear of accidentally falling into a dangerous zone. "What did the corpses you saw in the absolute beginning ancient mine look like?" Yi Fan asked Li Desheng. "Were they humans?" Old Saber Honcho also asked. "They were all humanoid, but it's hard to say whether they were human corpses or not. After all, they were too far away, even my netherworld eyes could only see their silhouettes. There were males and females, their clothes were very ancient." Li Desheng still had lingering fears. "Perhaps, there are corpses of ancient divine masters and emperors. Of course, it's also possible that they originally existed in the absolute beginning ancient mine." Old Saber Honcho said to himself. "Fortunately, I didn't see any living existences." Yi Fan rejoiced. There were too many legends regarding the absolute beginning ancient mine, each more terrifying than the last. Living existences, how many people have seen them since ancient times? Old Saber Honcho said to himself. "I wonder if those 3 deity-like existences are still nearby." Li Desheng said in a low voice. Strictly speaking, it was precisely because of the appearance of those 3 creatures surrounded by halos that they were forced to flee, almost being trapped in absolute beginning ancient mine. "We definitely can't meet them again." Chen Huayuan muttered. "I say, can you 2 shut your crow mouths?" Old Saber Honcho's eyes widened, speaking these words extremely taboo. "Not good." Yi Fan gazed towards the distant horizon, his mind immediately sinking. These 2 crow mouths really hit the nail on the head. Even though it was midnight, it wasn't dark. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the boundless blood-colored great earth hazy and indistinct. On the horizon, 3 figures appeared, currently looking in this direction. There were halos surrounding them, as if 3 deities were standing there. The one at the center was plain and illusory, giving off an unreal feeling. The one on the left had divine radiance covering his body, blazing and dazzling like a blazing sun, as if a sun god descended into this world. The one on the right had white clothes and fine black hair fluttering about, as if a lunar fairy descended into this world, sparkling and translucent. 3 taboos. They really want to force us into absolute beginning ancient mind. Chen Huayuan and Li Dishing had just calmed down not too long ago, but now, they began to tremble again. The two really wanted to run, but right now, their legs were extremely weak, trembling, unable to budge an inch. Yi Fan and old Saber Honcho wanted to run, but absolute beginning ancient mind was right behind them, so it really wasn't easy to turn around. However, something shocking and incomprehensible happened. The 3 deities on the horizon suddenly turned around and ran, as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, as if they encountered malicious spirits, quickly fleeing, inconceivably fast. Old Saber Honcho was stupefied, extremely confused. Li Dishing and Chen Huayuan were also stupefied, stammering as they spoke. Taboo existences are scared of us. What is going on? Deities are running. I am not seeing things, right? Even though the distance was far, only a blurry silhouette visible, Yi Fan still felt that it was a bit familiar. In that instant, a streak of light flashed past his mind. Fuck you. He ran as if he was flying, running in pursuit. He dares to curse the living existences of absolute beginning forbidden area? Chen Huayuan was shocked. Crazy, he's really crazy, this grandpa is possessed, actually chasing after 3 deities. Li Dishing also cried out in alarm. Old Saber Honcho was stunned at first, then he suddenly jumped up and said, Chase, those aren't absolute beginning ancient minds deities, they're people like us. What, they're people? Chen Huayuan's courage was immediately boosted, cursing loudly, fuck, it's the 3 of them who caused us to run all over the place, almost dying in absolute beginning ancient mind, they're actually also humans. Li Dishing also cursed, saying, fuck your grandpa, they're also humans, yet they almost caused us to die. I at #yen. They quickly recalled that when they first met, the 4 of them stood on high ground, only retreating to a low-lying area. Only when they couldn't see those 3 did they start to run. Thinking about it this way, the other party most likely also chose to run at that time, just that they didn't see them because of the high ground. Yi Fan rushed at the very front, old Saber Honcho was second, Chen Huayuan and Li Dishing were at the bottom, chasing relentlessly. The 4 of them were extremely calm, not a single one shouting, all of them chasing in silence. Even though the 3 in front were extremely fast, extremely swift, they couldn't completely let go, not daring to use all of their strength out of fear of accidentally entering a dangerous area. As a result, they didn't shake off the 4 behind them. Even though they could only see blurry silhouettes, Yi Fan could almost confirm that they were the Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Shi, and Yao Guang Saint. He already knew that these 3 Holy Lands inheritors came to the edge of absolute beginning ancient mind to transport stone materials, but he never expected that they would also lose their way here. These 3 almost caused us to lose our lives in absolute beginning ancient mind. If we don't scare them half to death, we'll really be letting us down. Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan both clenched their teeth. Yi Fan even more so took action, chasing after the 3 Holy Lands inheritors, not daring to stop for even a moment. The glorious saint and saintess were always calm and composed, but now they were in a sorry state, treating the people behind them as taboo existences in absolute beginning ancient mind. Why do I feel like they are humans, not some unknown creature? Indeed, their sleeves are fluttering, the one at the very front seems like a Taoist priest, and he looks a bit familiar. They are most likely humans. If they were terrifying creatures, they should have already caught up to us. The Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Shi, and Yao Guang Saint weren't ordinary people after all. Even though they were trapped in the absolute beginning forbidden area, they didn't panic too much. They quickly came to a conclusion, and then all of them stopping. Boundless celestial being, are there some old friends in front? When Yi Fan saw them stop, he quickly rushed forward, saying, not good, not good. Not long after, the 2 sides met up. The silver moon hung high in the sky, the moonlight bright and clear, the rays gentle. When they arrived before their eyes, they could clearly see each other. Yao Guang Saint's hair was shining with golden light, and his whole body was shining brilliantly. Although he wasn't angry, he didn't have his usual peaceful smile either, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Yao Shi's clothes were whiter than snow, and she looked like an otherworldly fairy. She frowned and said, "Daoist priest, I didn't expect to meet you here. You really are worthy of being Daoist priest Duan's senior uncle." Duanda was called an immoral Daoist, or a wicked Daoist priest. Yao Shi was very tactful, and her words had a hidden meaning. Being chased like this in the absolute beginning forbidden area, no one would be happy. However, she had good self-control, so she didn't explode. Boundless celestial being, Yi Fan recited the Daoist name and explained, "This is all a misunderstanding." The Jade Lake Saintess didn't say anything. After a while, she said, "Daoist priest, why are you here?" It's a long story. At this time, Chen Huayuan and Li Disheng arrived, saying, "Who are you? You almost made us die in the absolute beginning ancient mine." The two of them didn't care about the consequences, and they started a series of complaints. Yao Guang Saint's son, Yao Shi, and the Jade Lake Saintess immediately lost their temper. After hearing what the two of them said, the three of them realized that it was indeed a misunderstanding for both sides to scare each other. After the grudge disappeared, Yao Shi complained, "Daoist priest, you are really comparable to that immoral Daoist priest. You clearly recognized us, but you still chased after us without saying a word." Yao Guang Saint's son also said, "Daoist brother, this joke is a bit too much." The Jade Lake Saintess let out a melodious voice and said, "Daoist priest, we were almost chased into a dead end by you. Everything is a misunderstanding." Yi Fan changed the topic and asked, "How did you also get lost in the absolute beginning forbidden area?" "We were originally at the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden area." According to the three of them, their experience was almost the same as Yi Fan's. A strange black wind blew outside the life forbidden area, and many people were killed or injured. The three of them were swept into the absolute beginning forbidden area. After learning that the three of them were Holy Land inheritors, Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan didn't dare make a fuss. Old Saber Hancho, on the other hand, was quite calm from start to finish. When they understood each other's reasons for entering, the seven of them all sighed with emotion. It was actually all because of that strange black wind. "Daoist priest, you really? For the sake of seeing Origin Ancient Mine, you actually ran all the way here?" Yao Guang Saint's son shook his head. Both sides gathered together. After learning about each other's experiences in the forbidden area, the Jade Lake Saintess and the other two were quite shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so outstanding, breaking through the perilous situation. "I feel that as long as we walk through the bloody plains in front of us, we will be able to leave the forbidden area," Old Saber Hancho said. Yi Fan and the three Holy Land inheritors all nodded. They also felt the same way. The seven of them walked for 60 li, and then they unexpectedly saw a pine forest in front of them. The bright moon shone on the pine trees, clear spring flowed over rocks. This was the true portrayal of the scene before their eyes. The pine forest swayed, clear spring gurgled, the moon reflected on the stream, quiet and beautiful. Origin Ancient Mine was a life-forbidden area, not even a blade of grass grew here. How could there be such a place? Everyone was confused, feeling greatly surprised and shocked. "There is something shining." Yao Guang's eyes were deep, as if he could see the entire pine forest. The stream murmured, flowing over the bluestone, pure and clean like silk. The seven of them walked into the forest. Sure enough, they saw light flickering, an object shining. "This is a skeleton." Everyone was shocked. Below an ancient pine tree was a pure white skeleton, its entire body sparkling and sparkling, releasing brilliance under the moonlight. This person definitely had world-shocking cultivation when he was alive. For his bones to still be this smooth even after so many years, unimaginable. "There is a jade pendant here." Yao Shi found a warm jade in the stream, carved into the shape of a dragon, flickering with precious splendor. "This is an emperor from Great Xia." The Jade Lake Saintess was shocked. This type of jade pendant was something only Great Xia's emperor could possess, a type of status symbol. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. An emperor with world-shocking cultivation from an undying dynasty that had existed for more than 100,000 years actually died here. As expected, Origin Ancient Mind sent a holy lord and emperor to their deaths. Yao Guang's holy child sighed. He didn't know if he would also head here in the future. He died before entering Origin Ancient Mind, so there is definitely some type of unfathomable danger here. We need to hurry and leave. Yao Shi's exceptional appearance revealed great fluctuations, her beautiful eyes sweeping towards the depths of the pine forest. Everyone shivered inwardly. An emperor of an undying dynasty whose cultivation was profound, yet he died here. This place wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Hurry and leave. Yi Fan thought of something, the first to withdraw. Right now, these people all viewed him as a grave robber. When they saw this, they felt even more uneasy, all of them moving in retreat. Taoist, is there anything wrong with this place? Did you see anything? The Jade Lake Saintess asked softly, waves of fragrance wafting from her jade-like body. There shouldn't be a pine forest or clear spring here, it should be a desolate land. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Yi Fan felt uneasy. There was a warning in the Heavenly Origin book, things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme, quickly withdraw upon seeing it. That wasn't something said to normal people, but rather a warning for the Yuan Taoist master. The latter half of the Heavenly Origin book had mentioned this type of mountain and river terrain. It didn't conform to common sense, a landform that shouldn't exist. There was definitely something inconceivable underground, something even the Yuan Taoist master had to withdraw from. Yi Fan's heart was pounding madly. This was an earth vein that could kill the Yuan Taoist master, a demonic earth that had to be avoided. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to speculate what was underground. I actually really did see a landform like things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. This is recorded in the latter half of the Heavenly Origin book. He said to himself inwardly. He definitely couldn't break through it right now. Even if the Zhang family's first ancestor, that Yuan Taoist master, was reborn, he might not necessarily be able to break through. Yi Fan broke out in cold sweat, backing up step by step. The clothes on his back were all drenched. Everyone could feel his nervousness, all of them holding their breaths, backing up as well. Nothing bad happened all the way until they left the pine forest. The clear spring's gurgling sounds were pleasing to the ears, passing through the forest. It was extremely peaceful. Even the world-shaking Emperor Lord died here, so how could there not be any dangers? This was definitely a demonic earth dyed in blood. However, everyone already backed up several hundred zhang away, yet they still didn't see anything. So, Yi Fan displayed his extreme speed, leaving behind an afterimage, rushing out in the blink of an eye. Slowly retreating wasn't a solution. Everyone, we will rely on our luck. If we don't die, then we will meet up 50 li away. The digging grandpa, who could walk out from Origin Ancient Mine, was actually like this, leaving the remaining 6 horrified. The sound of space shattering rang through the air. They all displayed their various methods, doing everything they could to escape. Yi Fan fled for his life, a chill running down his back. The absolute beginning forbidden area was too terrifying, danger zones everywhere. He felt like this place wasn't much worse than that ancient mine. Chapter 229. Yi Fan's speed could not be said to be slow. Although he was not the only one in the Holy Ji Palace, he was almost there. After he took a step forward, he felt as if time and space had changed. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out several miles. But when he looked up, his body felt cold. The bright moon shone through the pine trees, and the clear spring flowed over the rocks. A plain and peaceful scene was right in front of him. He could not escape and was about to rush into the pine forest. How can this be? He suddenly stopped. It was peaceful in front of him. Thin smoke rose from the pine forest, gentle and clean. The pine forest should have been behind him. How could it be in front of him? He looked back. The 6 people behind him were faint. It was empty. There was nothing. The red land was far away. Why is it like this? When things reach an extreme, they will always move in the opposite direction. This sort of terrain could even kill the Grand Xia royal lord. Yi Fan had no way to break it. His heart pounded, he changed his direction once more and flew away. Whoosh! The stars moved, and the heaven and earth rotated. In front of him, the stream flowed, and the pine forest was picturesque. It was like a place of immortals. The peaceful scenery was in front of him again, blocking his way. It was as if he was rushing in himself. Why is this forest moving? Yi Fan was shocked. He did not feel any fluctuations of field energy. Everything was as calm as water. Why is it like this? He changed direction again. He hadn't gone far when he encountered the same scene. The tranquil and elegant pine forest seemed to have always been in front of him, blocking his path. It was he himself who was seeking the tranquil and seeking victory. He strode forward. Yi Fan stopped and silently calculated, using what he had learned to analyze the abnormality in front of him. But after a while, he could not find the reason or solution. This place was definitely not caused by the so-called field energy. The forest seemed to really be moving. Now, Yi Fan did not trust his senses. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense to explore his surroundings. The result was still the same. There was no change. It seems that I am trapped here and cannot escape. He did not know if it was the same for the others. He was only 100 feet away from the pine forest and the clear spring. It would be unrealistic for Yi Fan to say that he was not nervous. This concerned his life and death. No one could remain calm in such a situation. What should we do? No one was willing to die in the prime of their life. He took out the cauldron made from the source energy of all things, and it floated above his head. Wisps of mysterious yellow energy fell down. Then, he took out the fire divine cauldron, and held it in his palm, ready to strike at any time. In the middle of the night, everything was quiet. Other than the gentle sound of the stream, there was nothing else. It was exceptionally peaceful. Yi Fan stood there for more than an hour, but nothing happened. Where did they go? Why is there no sound? Could it be that they've escaped? Yi Fan's heart was filled with doubt. Continuing to stand like this wasn't a solution at all. In the end, he took out the Book of Source Heaven and prepared himself for a last-minute battle. The mysterious book flickered with silver light and felt heavy in his hand. Under the moonlight, it was exceptionally sparkling and translucent. The words, Book of Source Heavenly Source, shone brightly on the cover. After he opened it, he immediately flipped to the second half of the book. He searched for the few pages where, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, and searched for a way to break it. After reading for a long time, Yi Fan broke out in a cold sweat. This was almost unsolvable. The book suggested retreating as soon as possible, but he was currently trapped here and had no way of retreating. Force observation technique. He sighed. In the end, his comprehension wasn't thorough enough, and he hadn't been able to learn the force observation technique to a profound level. Otherwise, he would have been able to seek fortune and avoid calamity. He would have discovered this dangerous place first and wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. It was too late to say anything now. In such a short period of time, it was already very astonishing that he had achieved what he had now. It was impossible for him to comprehend the heavenly scroll in one go. After repeatedly studying it and seriously analyzing it, Yi Fan discovered that there were one or two methods he could try, but he couldn't use them at all because they involved extremely profound source techniques. Moreover, even if he used them, he might not be able to break it. There was only a 50% chance of success. As expected of the demonic earth that killed the Yuan Taoist master. He was close to despair. Buzz! Suddenly, Yi Fan's ears rang, and he felt as if a large hammer had smashed into his body. Blood flowed from his ears and nose at the same time, and his body was flung away like a scarecrow. Bang! He fell to the ground all of a sudden. His whole body was in pain, and even his powerful treasured body almost collapsed. What is attacking me? Yi Fan was horrified. The cauldron above his head quickly enlarged and enveloped him. The leaf fire divine furnace in his hands surged into the sky, burning fiercely in front of him. The surroundings were quiet, and he didn't see anything. He didn't know what had attacked him. Buzz! It was coming again. His ears were ringing, and his eyes were blurred. His divine sense was in intense pain as if it was being pricked by needles. His senses were almost out of commission, and an inexplicable strange force smashed into his body. Boom! This time, he wasn't hit. The cauldron made of myriad source chi sucked him in. The mysterious yellow mist fell, making heavy sounds. At the same time, the lid of the leaf fire divine furnace opened, and flames burned in all directions, engulfing the sky. Damn it! Yi Fan was furious. He had suffered a great loss, and he still didn't know what had attacked him. Inside the cauldron made of myriad source chi, he checked his body's condition and was deeply shocked. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his bones were almost broken. Bloody cracks appeared on his skin. If it was someone else, even a cultivator of the 3rd secret realm would have been killed. This kind of attack was too terrifying. His physical body surpassed spirit treasures, and even swords couldn't harm him. Yet, he was almost broken. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Buzz! Another wave of vibrations resounded. This time, Yi Fan was inside the cauldron, and he didn't look as miserable as before. He could clearly see a strange light wave vibrating. It seemed gentle, but its power was astonishing, and it made his palms break out in cold sweat. Dang! The gentle light wave vibrated like a ripple. It was very gentle, but when it hit the leaf fire divine furnace, it immediately created a deep dent. In the past, when he used the battle saint technique and used all his strength, he could only leave a palm print on the furnace. However, this ripple-like light wave caused a large part of the furnace to shrink. This was too shocking. No wonder his physical body almost collapsed. With this kind of power, if he were to be hit a few more times, his body and soul would have been destroyed. The light wave was emitted from the pine forest, and it rippled continuously. Under the moonlight, it seemed exceptionally graceful. As expected, it was the demonic earth, and its terror was beginning to show. Swoosh! Yi Fan put the leaf fire divine furnace back into the cauldron. In a short period of time, there were already 4 or 5 deep marks on it, as if it had been lashed by the heavenly emperor's whip. Fortunately, this furnace was very mysterious and almost indestructible. Not long after, it slowly swelled up and became transparent like a crystal. It quickly repaired itself. This furnace has the power of immortality. Yi Fan's eyes were clear, but now was not the time to be distracted. If he didn't solve the crisis outside, he would definitely die here. What made him feel a little relieved was that this cauldron made of myriad source chi, although it didn't have a spirit or special ability, it was rare in this world in terms of toughness. Although the ripples hit the furnace and produced sonorous sounds, they didn't leave any marks. Wisps of mysterious yellow chi fell down and crushed one of the light waves. Yi Fan controlled the precious cauldron and tore through the air. He didn't want to give up and tried again. Unfortunately, the result was still the same. Moreover, it provoked even more light waves that covered the sky. They were like streaks of light rain, multicolored and dazzling as they enveloped downwards. Dang, dang. Piercing through metal and splitting stone, the sound deafening. The cauldron made of myriad source chi was sent flying in all directions. Chi! Suddenly, the light waves disappeared. A black line seeped out from the forest and lightly streaked across the sky. However, it made Yi Fan's heart tremble. That black line actually tore apart the void. This made his blood run cold. He was worried that his own cauldron wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. It looks peaceful, but it is actually so terrifying. Dang! The cauldron made of myriad source chi shook violently but didn't shatter. However, Yi Fan who was inside felt extremely uncomfortable. The powerful force shook his entire body until it was in pain. However, What made his scalp go numb was that the pine forest that was enveloped in silver moonlight was actually overflowing with countless black lines that lightly brushed over. Yi Fan controlled the cauldron to escape. With so many black lines, the myriad source chi cauldron definitely couldn't handle them. Even if it didn't shatter, it was enough to shake him to death. There's really no way out. He was in despair. This pine forest was tranquil and clean. Even though it resembled the immortal forest, it was even more terrifying than the ghost forest. However, with the Great Dipper transposition, he couldn't escape. Wherever he rushed to, it would obstruct him. At this time, Yi Fan discovered that there were black lines everywhere in the air. They were densely packed, but there were none in the lower parts of the pine forest. It was all hazy. Whatever, if I die, then I die. He clenched his teeth and controlled the precious cauldron. He moved close to the ground and rushed into the pine forest. According to the description of the Book of Origin, once activated, it would be very difficult to come out alive as long as one entered the forest. However, Yi Fan had no choice. If he didn't rush in, he would die immediately. In the sky, the black lines danced like demonic hands. Not long after, they disappeared. The forest was very peaceful. Yi Fan waited in the cauldron for a long time, but he didn't see any changes. Am I really going to be trapped here? He came out of the cauldron and stood on the ground. He rubbed the Book of Origin with his hand. Suddenly, the Book of Origin automatically flipped its pages and shot out rays of auspicious light. There were also auspicious lights flickering in the pine forest. Yi Fan's expression changed as he walked forward with the Book of Origin in his hand. He was rather surprised. He saw the original heaven pattern network on the ground. It was a rune unique to the Book of Origin. It was sparkling on the ground and attracted the Book of Origin. Yi Fan walked over in large strides. The first original heaven pattern network was profound and complex. He couldn't understand it at all. There were hundreds of runes that formed a six-pointed star diagram. They were all engraved on origin stones and buried underground. At this moment, they were overflowing with colorful lights and appeared. In front of him, auspicious lights flickered in more than one place. They led to the deepest part of the pine forest like bright lamps guiding the way. Why is this? Could it be that the Yuan Taoist master has been here before? Yi Fan's heart immediately became excited. He had already fallen into a state of despair, but now there was a ray of hope. He walked forward with the Book of Origin in his hand. He slowly walked forward and observed carefully as he walked towards the deepest part of the pine forest. Suddenly, his expression froze. He was incomparably shocked. Not far away, there was an ancient building. It was old and dilapidated, but it didn't collapse. It stood in the shadows. It was a divine temple. When he dug out the green iron pyramid in the Yaoguang Holy Land's mining area, he had seen the lush and luxuriant primordial land. He had seen some races and even different divine temples. What he saw in front of him was definitely a primordial divine temple. Countless years had passed. Although it was ancient, it hadn't collapsed. Yi Fan's heart trembled. No wonder this place was special. It was clearly not an ordinary land. In the primordial era, it was a sacred land. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, was probably just a representation. There was most likely something else. Yi Fan didn't walk over because the origin pattern on the ground didn't point there. Instead, it pointed to the front. He continued forward without any distractions. Along the way, he saw dozens of inscriptions. They were all incomparably profound, but he couldn't understand a single one. Some were shaped like true dragons, twisting and turning. Some were shaped like turtles, condensed and agile. There were also many star diagrams that corresponded to the stars in the sky. This was the origin pattern. It was the pattern laid down by the person with the highest achievement recorded in the Book of Origin. Without a doubt, this must be the work of the Yuan Taoist master. No one else could do this. In the depths of the pine forest, the moonlight was like a pure white feather, sprinkling down in large patches. The sound of flowing water could be heard. A pavilion stood quietly in front of him. This pavilion was overflowing with an ancient aura. It was completely made of origin stones and was engraved with the passage of time. There were many ancient characters carved on the 4 pillars. Yi Fan was stunned after just looking at the first stone pillar. The Holy Master died, the Imperial Lord died, the Divine King died. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. This place really surpassed his imagination. He carefully read the records. This was the personal record of a Yuan Taoist master. Chapter 230. The moonlight was like water. The great earth was empty and tranquil. The red gravel beneath their feet, the boulders several hundred zhang away, and the stone mountains even further away were all covered by the thin smoke-like moonlight, hazy and indistinct. Yi Fan, Old Saber Honcho, and the others didn't have this type of tranquil mood. They were definitely close to Origin Ancient Mine. As they stood on the blood-colored sand and stone, their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. The 2 cultivators named Li Dishing and Chen Huayuan were trembling, almost unable to stand steadily. Their hearts were filled with alarm and fear. Origin Ancient Mine was one of the eastern wasteland's 7 great life-restricted regions. Its vicious reputation was known throughout the world. Since ancient times, too many terrifying things had happened here. Who can save us? I really don't want to die. How can we escape this place? Old Saber Honcho, do you have a way? Taoist priest, can you find a way out? The 2 individuals' voices were trembling, close to despair. Their faces were as white as paper. They were already less than 100 li from Origin Ancient Mine. Once they reached this range, they might not have much luck. What are you panicking for? It's not like we entered the Divine Mine. Isn't there still 80 to 90 li left? We can still make it if we hurry up and leave. Old Saber Honcho shouted in a low voice. Didn't they say that encountering Origin Ancient Mine will result in death? We almost saw it. Is there still a path of life to speak of? The 2 individuals seemed to have grabbed onto their last hope, nervously and hopefully looking at Old Saber Honcho. That is because we are close to Origin Ancient Mine. We are still far away, there is still a chance to escape. Old Saber Honcho didn't want to say anything else. He turned around and ran. This was a dangerous place that couldn't be left for too long, or else they definitely wouldn't live for long. Yi Fan also turned around and ran, chasing after Old Saber Honcho. He felt that his luck had been really bad recently. He only wanted to look at Origin Ancient Mine from afar. He didn't expect to be blown in by the black whirlwind. Li Dishing and Chen Huayuan's complexion were pale as they chased from behind. The 2 of them were already in a state of confusion. They lost their minds and passively followed Old Saber Honcho and Yi Fan. Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho's group of 4 ran for 50 li in a single breath. Only then did they stop and heave a sigh of relief. However, immediately afterwards, their expressions changed again. This isn't right, how can we still look at Origin Ancient Mine? Old Saber Honcho cried out in alarm in a low voice. Yi Fan also felt that something wasn't right. He used his divine eyes to look into the distance. At the limits of heaven and earth, the starlight was like water, a vast expanse of whiteness. It descended onto the ground, converging towards a single place. Without a doubt, that place was Origin Ancient Mine. It was still less than 80 to 90 li away from them. Uneasiness, alarm, anger, grief, and all types of emotions surged over from the distance, almost affecting them just like before. How could it be like this? We clearly ran for 50 li, why hasn't the distance changed? Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan's faces immediately turned green. From head to toe, apart from their eyeballs, almost every inch of their skin was trembling. We were clearly fleeing in the opposite direction, why does it seem like we're going around it? This result made them shiver in fear. The 4 of them all lost confidence. Aren't we still alive? Continue running. Old Saber Honcho's voice was overcast. He grabbed his tobacco pipe, running as if he was flying, rushing out several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Now, Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan really were rolling and crawling, their legs extremely weak. Only after falling several times did they run out. This couldn't be blamed on them being cowardly. One had to understand that since the ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many holy lords had fallen here. Compared to them, the two of them really weren't enough. Yi Fan also felt apprehension inwardly. This situation was a bit similar to what was recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Unfortunately, that part was too profound, not something he could understand. After running for 50 li, as soon as they stopped, they discovered that it was just like before, still not running, still running around Origin Ancient Mine. It really is inconceivable, I just can't understand it. Old Saber Honcho was a bit stupefied. When he ran, he discovered that he was leaving Origin Ancient Mine, but once he stopped, he discovered that he was making a detour, and not running far away. He squatted on the ground, fished out his tobacco pipe, starting to smoke it with pada-pada sounds, his brows deeply furrowed. Old Saber Honcho, you still have the mood to smoke? Li Disheng said with a sullen expression. Hurry and think of a way. Chen Huayuan was anxious and uneasy, sitting on the ground while breathing heavily. Yi Fan was now sure that it was definitely the situation recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Divine spring formed field energy, distorting space, interfering with time. This type of situation was the most terrifying. It wasn't done deliberately, but rather naturally produced by divine spring, almost equivalent to changing the rules and order of this world. Right now, their situation could still be considered good, they didn't walk into a dangerous area. Otherwise, if they touched upon the unknown laws of heaven and earth, it might be devastating. Taoist priest, did you see through something? Li Disheng looked towards him hopefully. Chen Huayuan also moved over, saying, little bro, if you can think of a way to bring us out, I will definitely reward you generously. I only saw a few clues, this place is too complicated and profound. What Yi Fan said was the truth. The field energy that appeared to disturb this world was because there was more than one piece of divine spring, the origin power interacting, naturally producing it, this could be seen. However, if there were other factors, then it would be hard to predict, unless the Yuan Taoist master personally came. Origin Ancient Mine contains divine spring, most likely already developed intelligence. Old Saber Honcho sighed from the side. If that's the case, then it's even more troublesome, it can evolve into a killing situation on its own, producing unforeseeable and terrifying consequences. Yi Fan frowned. What was even worse was that these were all speculations on the surface, no one knew what was actually there. Let's continue running, see if we can find a way. Yi Fan stood up, he wanted to measure this area. Just like that, the four of them began to run again. 2 hours later, Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan were almost foaming at the mouth, paralyzed on the ground. They didn't know how many 50 li they ran, but they still couldn't get far. How could this be? The two of them were gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse. There shouldn't be a living creature sealed in the divine spring here, right? Old Saber Honcho said to himself with an almost inaudible voice. Yi Fan was silent. The probability of this happening was very high, and the race sealed inside must be extraordinarily powerful, adding another variable to this place. I heard that a holy spirit was born in the ancient mine, and even a divine king of the eastern wilderness who had reached the advanced level would die inside. There's also another saying that there are immortals inside. Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan also sat on the ground and said so. After running for such a long time, they were sweating like rain, and they were no longer as afraid as before. These sayings were all on the surface, and no one knew the real secret. All these legends could be regarded as a primer. According to the later records in the Book of Origin of Heavenly Source, terrifying speculations could be derived that were more than 10 times more likely. Yi Fan had only studied a small portion of the Book of Origin of Heavenly Source. Through what he saw before his eyes, he already felt endless reverence towards Origin Ancient Mine. This was already the case when he first saw the primer, not even the true clues were seen through. According to his speculations, even if he completely comprehended the Book of Origin, he still might not necessarily be able to understand Origin Ancient Mine's main text. This place might be far more terrifying than what he imagined. There was likely a heaven-shocking secret. Otherwise, why wouldn't even the true Yuan Taoist master dare enter? The Zhang family's first ancestor could be considered a genius of a generation, yet he was helpless, never daring to enter Origin Ancient Mine his entire life, viewing this as his life's greatest regret. Could it be that we really are going to die here? Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan's expressions were ugly. When they saw that Yi Fan didn't say anything, they thought that there was no other way. Death might not necessarily be the case. Yi Fan stood up and said, "In another few dozen li, we'll have already made a circle around the ancient mine. We can more or less figure out a bit of the situation." What he feared was Origin Ancient Mine, but he didn't approach that place. There was still 80 to 90 li between them. He felt like he might be able to find a path of life, have a way to break through it. After all, this was the border, not the true core region. After running for another 20 or so li, they returned to their starting point as expected, arriving at the starting point. Taoist priest, I can tell with a single glance that you are a noble, a genius in this field. You definitely have to think of a way. When Yi Fan heard Chen Huayuan say this, he couldn't help but become speechless. The so-called noble was actually digging grandpa, another form of address for the Yuan Taoist master's disciples. The people of this field dug holes in the mountains when they grew up, roaming about underground, never seeing the light of day. Those who dug veins of origin were jokingly called digging grandpa. Taoist priest, grandpa digging, have you figured out a way to escape? Li Disheng also asked nervously. There is a way, but we need to take a risk. What kind of risk? Old Saber Honcho took a drag of his pipe and asked. This time, we need to advance several li in the direction of Origin Ancient Mine. We need to better understand this place's field, only then can we find a way to escape. Yi Fan said calmly. Grandpa digging, are you crazy? Chen Huayuan immediately jumped up, incomparably excited. Who would send themselves to death in Origin Ancient Mine? Even those holy masters only fought with their lives on the line when their lifespans were about to run out. Yi Fan was drawing and calculating on the ground, not even raising his head. Only by continuously measuring like this can we understand the situation, and find a way out. Alright, let's do it this way. Old Saber Honcho took a deep drag of his pipe, knocked the tobacco pipe on the ground, and stood up. For the sake of caution, we will only advance 5 li, don't go too far. Yi Fan took the lead and walked forward. Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan's faces were sullen, extremely unwilling, but they didn't dare stay here alone. Right now, they could only rely on this grandpa digging. After advancing 5 li, when they stopped, they were shocked to discover that the great earth retreated with a schwa sound. This is... Even old Saber Honcho jumped in fright, all of his fine hairs standing on end. They clearly only walked 5 li, but when they stopped, they immediately advanced 20 li. The starlight converging towards Origin Ancient Mine was clearly visible, as if a great white waterfall lay in front of them. Taoist priest, you are going to kill us. Chen Huayuan said in alarm. No matter, let's go back the way we came. Yi Fan was also extremely shocked. The unnatural laws and order of this place were extremely distorted. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. In a short 20 li, the 4 of them struggled for no less than 2 hours. They basically didn't go back, but instead continuously went around. If not for Yi Fan engraving special patterns and markings on the road according to the Heavenly Book of Origin, they wouldn't have been able to walk out at all. The markings left behind by old Saber Honcho and the others were all obliterated, mysteriously disappearing. Only the heavenly origin pattern left behind by Yi Fan still remained. Why do I feel that we didn't walk in a straight line at all, but rather left and right turns, and took a lot of detours before we came out? Old Saber Honcho was puzzled. This is caused by the natural growth of the divine origin's field energy. Fortunately, we were only at the periphery, and this place didn't produce any complicated changes. We can still be considered relatively lucky. Yi Fan answered. Can we escape? Li Disheng hurriedly asked. We still have to probe from different directions a few times, otherwise, I don't have the confidence. We still have to try again? Chen Huayuan was nervous. Do you have a better idea? Old Saber Honcho gave him a sidelong glance. In the next 2 hours, Yi Fan tried several more times. Among them, the last time was the most dangerous. They actually advanced 30 li in one go. Even Old Saber Honcho's face turned pale. At this moment, they were already less than 50 to 60 li away from the Origin ancient mine. They could clearly see the silver river flowing down from the sky. The pure white radiance completely submerged that place, appearing gentle and holy. What is that? Yi Fan was shocked. The Origin ancient mine was underground, so it was impossible to see it. However, everything in the sky could be reflected in their eyes. There were a few dazzling things rushing out from the ancient mine, bobbing up and down. The starlight in the sky formed a river, pouring down like a waterfall. However, those things were even more dazzling than the starlight. One moment, they would rise into the sky, the next moment, they would sink into the ground. It might be divine origin. Old Saber Honcho narrowed his eyes, releasing 2 sharp rays of light. Divine origin? Yi Fan was shocked. It wasn't wrapped by the rock skin and swallowed the starlight. Could it be that those origins had gained intelligence? There was definitely more than one piece. There were 4 or 5 specks of light bobbing up and down, and this was only what he could see. I saw corpses. Li Disheng's lips trembled, his complexion turning green. What? Where? Yi Fan was shocked. They are in Origin ancient mine sky, rising and falling, one moment entering the ground, the next rising into the starlight. Li Disheng trembled. Nonsense. Old Saber Honcho berated. Origin ancient mine is separated by a mysterious force, not even I can see clearly, only a few specks of light. How can you see them? My left eye is an innate underworld eye, it can occasionally see a few special things. Li Disheng was currently incomparably alarmed. The left eye is underworld eye. Old Saber Honcho was shocked. Yi Fan was also shaken. He had heard of this type of eye before. It was extremely difficult to cultivate this type of eye after birth. It was innate, able to see through the underworld. Hurry and speak, what else did you see? Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho urged at the same time. Those corpses continuously rose, entering the starlight, and then slowly sank, entering the great earth. There are quite a few of them. Li Disheng was almost sleep-talking, his face without the slightest trace of color. He couldn't see anything else, to the extent where he couldn't even see the divine source. His cultivation wasn't high enough, his left eye could only occasionally see the underworld. According to the situation he described, Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho could already imagine the scene 30 li out. Origin ancient mine, within the silver waterfall that poured down from the sky, corpses were bathing in the pure and holy starlight, rising and falling. This scene, just thinking about it made them shudder with fear. What exactly was going on? Apart from this, there were also specks of light, as well as other things rising and falling, they could vaguely see. No wonder even the great figure of a generation, Zhang family's Yuan Taoist master, didn't dare enter Origin ancient mine. Yi Fan said to himself inwardly. This place was too mysterious. Wang. Suddenly, a wave of tremendous suction force appeared in Origin ancient mine. The starlight in the sky was immediately sucked dry, the entire sky pitch black. One couldn't even see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. On the ground, it was as if there was an enormous black hole that could devour everything. Chapter 231. Ancient saints are buried in mountains and rivers. Yi Fan muttered to himself. According to the stone pillar, this should be the case. Before this, he had never seen the ancient coffin in the forest, but he believed that it did exist. The 4th generation ancestor would not carve it carelessly. According to his conjecture, buried in the depths of the immortal forest, this should be the great tomb vaguely mentioned on the stone pillar. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of existence was this? The person buried in such a mountainous terrain was definitely not ordinary. The fiery dragon tomb was connected to the pine forest and carried the coffin. It was too similar to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Could there be some inexplicable connection? Otherwise, why were the lines of the ancient coffin so similar? The difference was that the 9 dragon corpses were real while this place was just a terrain with only one fiery dragon tomb. Yi Fan believed that there was some kind of inheritance or civilization between the two. Otherwise, the ancient coffin would not be so similar. It was just that he didn't know who had inherited it from whom. Yi Fan's thoughts ran wild and it took him a while to recover. It was useless to think so much now. Escaping the primordial forbidden zone was the right thing to do. There were many runes on the stone slab regarding the fiery dragon tomb, the dragon's blood, and the pine forest. They were all marked by the heavenly origin pattern network. Yi Fan's head was spinning. He could not comprehend the heavenly origin book and could not understand the 4th generation ancestors' annotations. What shocked him the most was that a large part of the stone slab had been erased. The carvings should have been very big and included a wider terrain, but they were all destroyed. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Those smoothed carvings should have drawn the various terrains of this area. It was like a map of the outer area of the absolute beginning forbidden zone. He believed that there were many dangerous places like the dragon's blood. If the carvings were complete, one could avoid these dangerous places. The absolute beginning forbidden zone is too big. Even the 4th generation ancestor could only carve a part of it. What a pity that it was destroyed. Yi Fan was regretful, but he could not do anything. The carvings had been lost, leaving only stone fragments. Things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. This kind of terrain and the unimaginable existence underground made Yi Fan's imagination run wild. He wanted to dig a kilometer underground and dig it out. He shook his head. Even the Yuan Taoist master could not understand this place, and even the old Eastern wilderness divine king had fallen here. He had no hope at all. Origin ancient mine. Yi Fan sighed. This wasn't a secret land, but rather an expanse that stretched out continuously. As for the ancient mine in the innermost part, he didn't even need to think about it. Even if Crazy Ol went there, he wouldn't be able to come out. As for the places outside the absolute beginning forbidden land, they were also extremely dangerous. It was a place of great evil. No matter how many people came here, they would die. Yi Fan stood up and looked into the temple. The scenery was blurry. This temple was many times larger than the ones they saw along the way. It was clearly an important place, possessing a special status in the past. However, time flew by, taking away everything. Now, only ruins and desolation remained. Yi Fan walked in with the Book of Origin in hand. He looked around carefully, and his powerful divine sense spread out to capture every inch of space. If there was an artifact here, it would definitely be extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was empty inside. Nothing was left. There was a thick layer of stone fragments on the ground, and the high platform at the center was the same. Apart from dust, there was nothing else. Right, it's all been destroyed in the passage of time. Nothing is left. Yi Fan understood. This ancient temple didn't collapse because there were shocking Tao patterns here. As for the divine statues inside, they had naturally all decayed. Dating back to the archaic era, 100,000 years could only be a unit of measurement. It was far from a length. After such a long period of time, even if there were treasures, they should have already decayed. Unless it was an extreme Tao weapon refined by a great emperor that was immortal and could exist forever in this world, there wouldn't be anything left. Yi Fan searched through the spacious and empty main hall. He found a rusty metal piece in a pile of flying ash. The divine metal has all decayed, the metal piece was snow white. There were cracks on its surface, and there were even more traces of rust. It had long lost its spirituality and value. He had seen this type of divine metal before. In the 8th level of the fire domain, when the Crow Daoist refined his weapon, he used this mutton-fat jade-like divine metal as the material. It was said that it was extremely rare in the world. The Alcade Saint's weapon also had this kind of divine metal. Only powerful cultivators could find some. Ordinary people couldn't get them at all. This should be a big piece, but only a little bit is left after the passage of time. Yi Fan believed that such a grand ancient temple must have been an important place in the past. From the divine metal, he could tell that many precious items had been left behind. Unfortunately, they had all been destroyed in the passage of time. As he had expected, he saw pieces of scrap metal in the ashes. There was purple thorn divine copper, Daluo silver essence, and celestial tear green gold. Yi Fan felt that it was a pity. These were all top-grade divine materials in the world. They were the first choice for refining extreme Dao weapons, but they had all been used up and were almost useless. Especially that celestial tear green gold. Even now, it was still the size of a fist. There were tear stains on it. Legend said that it was the tears of immortals. Unfortunately, the green gold was not as clear as jade. It had long become dim. Such a pity. Were such materials common in the archaic era? Now, I can't find many even if I search the entire eastern wasteland. Leaving it to rot in the dust was an extremely extravagant waste. Yi Fan found dozens of pieces, but he didn't see a single one that could be used. What a pity. Even the great sage would feel heartache if he saw this. Yi Fan walked around the main hall and didn't find anything useful. There were divine materials, but they had all rotted. Finally, he sensed an object under the divine platform in the center of the main hall. He pushed away the thick dust and removed the dust of history, allowing it to see the light of day again. Yi Fan was originally in high spirits, but when he saw this object, the corner of his mouth twitched. He thought that it was a magic treasure that had taken shape. Even if its essence had been used up, he might be able to see some Dao patterns that he had never seen before. This object didn't have the so-called Dao patterns. It was a jade artifact that was used to play with. It was completely green, but it was the size of a walnut. This was a green jade tortoise. It was vivid and lifelike, almost like a real tortoise. It was very warm in his hands. This was a top-grade jade material. That's not right. Even the Daluo silver essence and immortal tear green gold have been destroyed. How could this green jade tortoise be preserved? Yi Fan felt strange. He turned it around and looked. This was a black tortoise. Its neck was similar to a snake's and a dragon's, and its back was like the 8 trigrams. This jade material's color was also dim, and it had lost all its essence energy. Although it was green, it had long since lost its spiritual energy. This thing was definitely not an extreme weapon. He couldn't even sense the existence of the Dao patterns on it. Yi Fan couldn't understand how it could be preserved. His fingers turned golden. He squeezed the jade stone with force, but it actually didn't break. This shocked him. This green jade tortoise was definitely not ordinary. Its hardness was beyond imagination. He had to look at it seriously and use his powerful divine sense to sense it. What's going on? There seems to be something inside. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that there was something sealed inside the green jade. He could faintly sense it. The divine materials on the ground had been destroyed. Had he picked up a treasure in the end? He carefully observed it, but he couldn't understand. This green jade tortoise wasn't a weapon, but it hadn't been destroyed by time. It's buried in the dust under the altar in the center of the ancient temple. Could it have some history? Yi Fan casually played with it, but he couldn't figure it out. He passed through the grand ancient temple and arrived at the back. The pine forest was quiet, and there were hundreds of heaven origin patterns in the forest. They were all flickering and resonating with the strange book in his hand. Yi Fan felt dizzy. He slowly saw some clues. This was a profound and unfathomable heaven origin diagram. It could stabilize the dragon vein, lock the divine source, and change the general situation of the mountains and rivers. Is the 4th generation patriarch crazy? Yi Fan was shocked. This was a super heaven origin diagram. It should have been laid out in dozens of miles of mountains and rivers, but it was concentrated in a radius of 300 meters. It was so tightly packed that the sky and earth might collapse if not handled properly. Even as the Yuan Taoist master, he couldn't lay out such a terrifying heaven origin diagram more than a few times in his life. What is he doing? Yi Fan looked for a while and said in surprise, borrowing power. Without a doubt, it was borrowing power from the opposite direction. A ray of light flashed across his mind. He thought of the stone inscription in front of the ancient temple. The ancient coffin marked in the pine forest seemed to be here. Yes, it must be buried under this forest. Yi Fan was instantly horrified. The fourth-generation patriarch had left behind a death inscription to warn his descendants not to recklessly touch the general situation of the pine forest, or else they would be killed. But he himself was borrowing the general situation underground. This was too risky. One wrong step and he would be smashed to pieces. It was hard to predict whether an ancient saint was buried in this ominous land. Yi Fan felt his heart palpitate. One had to know that this was the true center of the pine forest, and there was a great disaster buried underground. Within the radius of 300 meters, there were a total of 365 heaven origin patterns. True dragons in the sky, vermilion birds dancing, black tortoises like mountains. The patterns here were not simple runes. All of them formed a diagram, and when combined together, it was like a celestial painting or a celestial phenomenon. The patriarch is throwing caution to the wind. He wants to use this to protect himself and change his fate in his later years. Yi Fan didn't dare to go in. If he went in, he might not be able to come out in this lifetime. Within a radius of 300 meters, he could draw the killing intent of heaven and earth, and he could borrow the general situation of this place for his own use. He stood outside the heaven origin diagram, and he could see it clearly within a radius of 300 meters. Upon closer inspection, there was a broken stone ruler on the ground, as well as some broken stone clothes. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. That ruler was made from the old skin of the source of God, and it was called the heaven measuring ruler. It was extremely precious and was a must-have item when exploring divine minds. As for the broken stone clothes, he was no stranger to it. He had worn it when exploring the Purple Mountain. It was also made from the old skin of the source of God, and it could isolate all auras. Red hair. He saw a few strands on the broken stone clothes. This place was sealed by the heaven origin diagram, and everything of the past had been preserved. Red hair. He saw a few strands on the broken stone clothes. This place was sealed by the heaven origin diagram, and everything of the past had been preserved. Did he grow the red hair himself, or? He thought of the first ancestor of the Zhang family. Regardless of this, something must have found this place and caused the disaster. What exactly was this thing? Even this kind of terrain couldn't stop it. Even the burial ground of an ancient saint couldn't stop it. If there were no corpses, there would be misfortune, and it would mean failure. These were the words left behind by the fourth-generation patriarch. Yi Fan saw a lying rock in the pine forest, and there were many words carved on it. He sighed. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were truly terrifying. The fourth-generation patriarch tried his best to hide in the absolute beginning forbidden zone, but he still couldn't escape. Borrowing the power of this place, he still couldn't change anything. The most terrifying thing was the psychological torture. It was easy to imagine that it must have been like purgatory. Yi Fan carefully read the words on the rock. He found a way to escape, and this surprised him. The surface of the pine forest had indeed been sealed by the fourth-generation patriarch. However, if one held the heaven origin diagram, they would definitely be trapped here. This was caused by the heaven origin diagram network laid down by the fourth-generation patriarch. It was for the descendants to come in and accept the inheritance, and to sublimate their life's work. Yi Fan silently bowed towards the depths of the pine forest. It was a pity that a genius of a generation with world-shaking talent couldn't change his fate in the end. I don't want to experience such torment in my later years. An hour later, Yi Fan followed the stone carvings left by the fourth-generation patriarch and successfully walked out of the pine forest. He didn't encounter any danger. Looking back, the moonlight was like water, and the pine forest was picturesque. Yi Fan sighed softly. The dignified fourth-generation patriarch didn't even leave behind his bones. What happened? He flew away, turning into a wisp of smoke on the blood-colored ground, and left this dangerous place. A few dozen li was nothing to him, and he soon left it behind. In front of him, a few figures stood under the moonlight, their bodies shrouded in a hazy glow. There were a total of 6 of them. Yi Fan almost met with a mishap, but the 6 of them were safe and sound, waiting here leisurely. These were really 2 different experiences, but he didn't have much to complain about. After all, he had obtained the origin technique. I say, little brother, you're really daring. You told us to run, but you rushed into the pine forest without any regard for your life. That's right, Taoist priest, we all thought you sacrificed yourself to help us. Li Disheng and Chen Huayuan were surprised to see him come back alive. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. He really couldn't explain it. How could he not go when the patriarch summoned him? Taoist priest, what ferocious thing do you have on you? The Jade Lake Holy Maiden asked in surprise. She was shrouded in mist and her face couldn't be seen, but one could feel her seriousness. Nothing. Yi Fan didn't understand and looked at her. No, there must be a ferocious thing. My secret treasure sensed it. It's extremely dangerous. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's voice was like the sound of nature. She asked solemnly, did you get something from the absolute beginning forbidden area? Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of the green jade profound tortoise. Apart from that, he didn't get anything else. With a flash, Yi Fan took out the tortoise and held it in his palm. Under the moonlight, it looked a bit translucent. Seeing this, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden quickly retreated. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she said in surprise, what a terrifying aura. This is a ferocious thing. Yao Guang's saint and Yao Shi also retreated. They believed in the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's judgment. I think I've heard of this thing before. Old Saber Honcho revealed a serious expression. This is a divine source, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden made this judgment. What? This is a divine source? Yi Fan was quite surprised. He immediately shook his head. He had studied the Book of Source for some time. How could he not recognize the characteristics of a divine source? This is a dried-up divine source. Its essence has been sucked dry. It's just an empty shell, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden explained. The Jade Lake Saintess explained, someone used a supreme magic power to refine it into an empty body. There's something terrifying sealed inside. That's right. I know. There is such a saying. Old Saber Honcho nodded and said, the empty shell of a divine source is the best material to seal a peerless ferocious thing. You mean, there's an extremely terrifying thing sealed inside this profound tortoise? Yi Fan was in a daze. He felt like this was a hot potato. Where did you get it? Old Saber Honcho asked. At the same time, he also took a few steps back. He seemed to be very afraid of this profound tortoise. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. This profound tortoise was only the size of an infant's fist. It actually sealed an unimaginably terrifying thing. It was really beyond his expectations. He didn't want to tell them the origin of this thing. If he told them that he took it out from the ashes under the altar of a grand ancient temple, they would probably be even more shocked. I picked this up from the pine forest. How many years do you think it has existed for? Did the thing sealed inside turn into ashes long ago? At this moment, Li Disheng shouted. A strand of blood flowed out of his left eye. He pointed at the profound tortoise with a trembling finger and said, there's demonic power inside. His left eye was an innate netherworld eye. Occasionally, he could see through the netherworld and see some special things. When he said this, everyone became very nervous. Yi Fan almost threw it out. This was too inconceivable. How many years had passed? What could live for so long? This was too unreal. What did you see? They asked Li Disheng. I couldn't see clearly. It was too hazy, but it was very terrifying. My netherworld eye was injured. Li Disheng shook his head. Everyone, do you think this is realistic? Yi Fan shook his head and said, I saw an empty divine source shell in the absolute beginning forbidden area. Even if it was left here by the human race, I'm afraid it has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. What kind of thing could survive after being sealed for such a long time? Do you really think you're an Eastern Wasteland divine king? You can't be immortal for 4,000 years. Don't worry, we'll take a closer look later. Yao Guang's saint child's entire body flickered with auspicious colors. A strand of holy light rushed out and entered Li Disheng's left eye. In just a moment, his netherworld eye was restored and no longer bleeding. This made everyone's hearts tremble. This impenetrable holy light was indeed powerful. Yi Fan also wanted to understand this. He didn't want to bring a vicious creature with him. If he were to lose his life, then it would truly be lifting a rock to drop it on his own feet. Li Disheng's pitch-black netherworld eye shot out a beam of dark light as he looked at the lush green-black tortoise. At the same time, Yao Guang's saint child covered him with holy light to prevent him from being injured again. Li Disheng's netherworld eye flashed one last time before the dark light disappeared. In just a short time, even with Yao Guang's saint child's help, he still shed more than 10 drops of blood. What did you see? Yi Fan asked. I saw a vague corpse. It's already rotten and shrouded in a black mist. There's a demonic power moving around. Li Disheng's face was extremely pale as if he was frightened. Yi Fan felt unlucky. He had obtained an item from the immemorial godly temple with great difficulty, but there was actually a corpse sealed inside. The corners of his mouth twitched. At this moment, the Jade Lake Saint daughter, Yao Shi, and Yao Guang's saint child changed their faces. Even old Saber Honcho was astonished. This seal must not be opened. Otherwise, the demonic aura is enough to kill all the people in a small city. Is it that terrifying? Yi Fan asked. Of course. The creature sealed in the empty shell of divine source must be a peerless expert. Even if it's dead, the demonic aura hasn't dispersed. Once it rushes out, it will be devastating. I advise Taoist priest to quickly throw it away. Otherwise, if it's damaged, the first one to get hurt will be Taoist priest himself. Indeed. Yi Fan rubbed his chin as he pondered. It was impossible to throw it away. This was more or less a deterrent item. It was worth treasuring. If they were to be chased in the future, it didn't matter if they were Yao Guang's saint child's Grand Supreme Elder or Ji family's Grand Supreme Elder. If they could kill such a big shot, everything would be worth it. Moreover, since the creature sealed in the empty shell of divine source was usually a peerless expert, there might be some great tools and treasures on them. The 7 of them set out again. This time, they went around the pine forest and walked towards the outside of the Scarlet Plain. They felt that they were about to leave the absolute beginning forbidden area. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps was heard. Everyone turned their heads. Under the moonlight, a child with soft hair draped over his shoulders skipped over. He looked to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. He was chubby, fair, and chubby. He was very pretty. It was impossible for him to be a human child because there was a pair of pure white wings on his back. Moreover, there were 2 pupils in his eyes. A living existence. Old Saber Honcho's expression changed. The Jade Lake Saint daughter, Yao Guang's saint child, and Yao Shi were also shocked. It was hard for them to remain calm. Since ancient times, not many people had seen a living creature in the absolute beginning ancient mine. Those who did would definitely die.